Hi, I'm Owen from Rask Australia. Thanks for tuning in to the Rask Network.
Before we get into today's show, there are a few things we have to go over.
Firstly, what you're about to hear and see is limited to general information only. It's not personal financial advice like you get from a financial planner. Also, it's important to remember that past performance is not indicative of future performance. That means that anything that's happened in the past, or we say today, is not necessarily going to reflect what happens in the future. Lastly, please consider that any of the guests or myself are featuring on this program may have a financial interest in some of the products or shares mentioned. That's enough from me. I hope you enjoyed today's program. Hi, I'm Owen Rask. Stay tuned because we're about to go live from Melbourne. If you're watching live from around the country, don't forget you can comment in YouTube and ask your questions. You can also be part of the forms and the giveaways and everything else we're doing tonight. But we'll go live in the next few minutes, so stay tuned and enjoy the hold music while you wait.
This module is an introduction to the basic property terms and jargon which we'll be discussing throughout the course and which you'll hear throughout your journey as a first home buyer when you hit the ground and start talking to real estate agents, mortgage brokers and legal people. We'll be elaborating further on these terms throughout the course, but the goal today is to give you a basic understanding of what each term means. To begin with, in Australia, we have two main methods of sale for a property, either auction or private sale. An auction is a public sale of the house where people bid against each other to buy the property, and it's conducted by the auctioneer. An auction might be held at the property, on the street, at the real estate agent's office, or at a special venue where they conduct auctions. And there's very specific rules with auctions which both the auctioneer, the agents and the buyers need to follow. At an auction, the vendor will have a reserve price. The reserve is the minimum price the vendor is happy to sell the property for. And the vendor has the right to change their mind about the reserve price too at any time before the auction or even during the auction. During an auction, if the bidding reaches or exceeds the reserve price, the property is declared on the market. This means, in the absence of any increased bids, the property will be sold to the highest bidder. If bidding doesn't reach the reserve price, the property is passed in. This means the auction is finished and negotiations can commence. If there was bidding by one or more buyers, the property will be passed into the highest bidder. This bidder gets the exclusive right to negotiate for the property. And if a deal can't be reached with that bidder, or if there was nobody bidding at all, then anyone can negotiate with that agent to buy the property. When you buy a property at auction, you buy it unconditionally. This means once both you and the vendor sign the contract, it is legally enforceable and neither of you can back out of it. So you have to do all of your research beforehand. If you buy at auction, you are locked in. The other main type of sale method is a private sale. In general terms, this means a property is offered for sale and buyers are invited to negotiate. A private sale is basically any property which isn't going to auction, but the way that a private sale is handled depends on a lot of things. Every state has different broad rules around private sales, but also every real estate agency will have their own way in how they handle private sales. And unlike auctions, there's not really any rules here. A cooling off period is like a change of mind policy where you can withdraw from the contract, though it can come with a financial penalty. With a private sale, you generally have a cooling off period, but this depends on the state that you live in. In Victoria, for example, you have a 3 business day cooling off period. And here in Vic, this is from when the buyer signs the contract, not the vendor. In Tasmania though, you have no cooling off period. In the notes, we'll have a link to the cooling off periods in each state because it is completely different depending on where you live. In Victoria, there's also no cooling off period 3 business days either side of a publicly advertised auction. For example, if the auction is on the Saturday and you buy the property on the Wednesday, Thursday or Friday before the auction, or the Monday, Tuesday or Wednesday after the auction was scheduled, you don't have a cooling off. Outside of these days, then you do have a cooling off period. When you're wanting to buy a property, you generally jump online and search on one of the major search portals like Domain or realestate.com.au, but there's also what we call off-market properties for sale, and there are thousands of these at any given point in time. Any property which isn't publicly advertised on these search platforms are technically off-market, so the only way you can find out about them is through the local real estate agents. There's also a difference between off-market and pre-market properties. Off-markets are those which have no immediate plans to go online versus pre-markets where an agent might take a few buyers through before the campaign, but ultimately if they don't sell it, it will go online. And you do need to differentiate it here because this will determine your strategy and your timing. When you buy a property, you don't get the keys straight away. There's a period of time between purchase and settlement. This is where all of the paperwork and the back-end stuff gets done by your legal representative and your mortgage broker or bank. And settlement is the legal process where the ownership of the property passes from the vendor to you. Often this period of time is 30, 60 or 90 days, but it can be any length of time which is negotiated between you and the seller. I generally recommend no less than 30 days though, because of all of that paperwork which needs to get done in the background. And on settlement day, you don't have to be there. It's a magic process which happens in the background between your legal representative and your bank. To officially buy a property, we need a contract of sale. A contract of sale has all of the important details of the property plus all of the legal conditions the buyer and the vendor are bound to in that sale. In each state, there's also different types of paperwork which the vendor needs to provide to a buyer, which discloses important information about the property. Though, in some states, there's no requirement for this type of paperwork. In Tasmania, for example, purchasers are responsible for doing all of their own due diligence, and there is no minimum standard of what the vendor is required to disclose. This is in contrast to Victoria, where we have the most thorough disclosure requirements, and this is called the vendor's statement, also known as the Section 32. Now, don't panic. It is not your responsibility to be able to read and decipher a contract. This is where you'll get a legal representative to do this for you. And you absolutely need to make sure you do this because a contract is a legally binding document. You'll hear the word conveyancing now and again when you're buying a home. This is the process of transferring ownership from one person to another. And the legal professional you engage to do this for you might be a lawyer or a conveyancer. A conveyancer is someone who is licensed to handle the conveyancing process, but without being a fully qualified lawyer. Conveyancers are sometimes a bit cheaper than lawyers, but not always. As well as reviewing the contracts for you, they're the ones who help you sort all of the legal paperwork to transfer the property into your name. In Australia, buyers pay a tax on property purchases called stamp duty. This gets paid at settlement, though some states have schemes where first home buyers pay less or no stamp duty. The easiest way to figure out how much your stamp duty could be is to Google stamp duty calculator and your state. For example, stamp duty calculator Queensland, and then you'll be able to figure out how much you might need to pay. When you have multiple properties within a block, like an apartment block, the body corporate manager is the company which is in charge of managing the block. Like a property manager manages a specific property, the body corporate manager manages the entire block. So they collect fees from all the owners, they manage things like the common areas, the gardens, gyms, and the foyers. They also organise insurances and manage the rules for the block. And they set the budgets for future maintenance or renovations in the block. If you're buying an apartment or a townhouse or any property with a body corporate, you do need to understand what is on your title. This is what you exclusively own. And then what is on common property. Common property is land or an area which is shared with other owners in the block, like the hallways or the driveways or the basement parking. You technically own part of it, For example, if there's 10 properties in the block, you own a tenth of that common property, but you don't have exclusive use of it. So you can't just do whatever you want with it. And the most important things to determine if they're on your title are things like the car space, storage cages, or outdoor spaces like courtyards. You can't rely on what's advertised in the property listing or what the agent says, so it needs to be in the contract. So make sure you say to your legal person, hey, is this outdoor space on title, or which car space comes with this property? Sometimes you might also have something called a lease over a certain area, which is an agreement saying you have the right to exclusively use that area, like a courtyard, but you don't actually own it. An off-the-plan property is one which may not have been built yet, so you're purchasing it based on the plans, but it can also be a property which is partly built, so half built or totally built, because technically off the plan means a property where the plan of subdivision hasn't been registered yet. You don't need to know what that is just yet, but just be aware that if a property is brand new, it might still be considered off the plan. And this is important to know because it might have implications for your finance. So you really need to speak to your broker or bank about it. That's it for today. I know this might be a little bit of information overload, but the important thing is for you to just start familiarizing yourself with these words and these concepts. There is so much more to property than just finding something online and buying it. And this course is here to talk you through all of the steps along the way.
So depending on what you do for work, your age, your health, really you need to really consider whether you should take out an income protection policy, which will protect you, not if you're made redundant, but if you cannot work medically for any reason. It could be mental health, it could be an injury, an illness, etc. Now, when you've got a mortgage, the big risk for you is if you cannot afford to keep paying that mortgage. And why might you not be able to pay it? Well, generally that's if you stop working for some reason and if you can't work. If you're made redundant, that's your obligation to go and find another job, and that is a risk for everybody, but the income protection policy won't protect you for that. So yeah, you should be taking out income protection, but it does depend on what you do for work. Some jobs can't get it. It does depend on your health history. You could have lots of exclusions. If you're a smoker, it's more expensive, etc. So you should just definitely go and figure out what the cost is. The good news is the government wants you to have income protection. They know that if you've got it, it's a big burden off their back if you, medically, and you can afford yourself. So it is tax deductible, which is, saves potentially 30, 40, 50% of the cost. So absolutely, if you are potentially the breadwinner in the family as well, and you're the one that earns the most money, even that's more risk on your income as well. So that's another reason why you should have it. So definitely go on to consider it. Be really careful though, just like getting a mortgage, income protection is different cost to different insurers. It can be dramatically different from one insurer to another because it's, they would prefer certain professions over other professions. So you do need to use, like a broker, an insurance specialist that can help you get the best product in the market, for your situation. So when you purchase a property, a bank's going to do a valuation to not only make sure that it's a good property, but also that you paid a fair price. Now, when that valuation happens, the valuer will split that between what's the land worth of that, say, $1 million, but also what's the building worth. If that building wasn't there, how much would the land be worth? And so roughly what is the building's worth? And what that really is the bank will want to make sure that you've got insurance to protect that amount. Because if, for example, there was a fire or a flood or for some reason the building got damaged and it needed to be repaired, they need to make sure that you've got insurance to do that. Otherwise, the bank could lose money if you had to sell that property for, say, $600,000 and you bought it for $1 million. So you need to get something called home insurance, which will protect your building. It's different to contents insurance, which protects what's inside the building. But a bank will definitely need you to take that out. Now, the bank doesn't check every year, so you need to make sure that you keep that policy valid. But also you need to make sure it's enough to replace the building. There's no point just taking it out for $300,000, which is what the bank said, if it's going to cost you $500,000 to replace it. So you need to potentially figure out what your own amount is to insure the property for, not what the bank tells you. So absolutely But like every insurance, you've got to shop the market. There's massive differences in location and type of property and what insurance will offer you. But it's a really important thing. You cannot make sure that lapses when you own a property. So one of the most stressful times, and not as stressful trying to find a property, is once you've purchased a property and you've signed a contract. You've generally got maybe 30, 60, 42 days to get everything ready and actually for you to get the keys and really own the property. And in that 42 days, there's lots of things you need to do. Firstly, get your loan formally approved, get the loan contract signed and get them back to the bank. But you also need to do things with the conveyancer and things that will change the title to your name. And there's a whole sort of process that they'll go through with you. And then what will happen is on that settlement date, the bank will be ready. That's what the broker will organise for you and make sure the bank's ready to give the money there. But the conveyancer will make sure that all the other things that are sorted, like council rates and adjustments for that, all the title is going to change over. And so your conveyancer, the bank, and also the person selling the property, they have a conveyancer as well, and they make sure that everything happens on the day of settlement. It's not done on a face-to-face anymore. It's all done on like an online sort of service. You don't need to be anywhere. And at a certain point, it might be booked for 2 p.m. You'll get a call maybe at 3 p.m. to say that it's settled. The one key thing you probably have to organise as well is to make sure that your deposit is in the bank that you're getting the mortgage with, or it's in the solicitor's trust account. But generally, the parties will arrange these things for you. You don't need to be there on settlement day. So it is a stressful time, and that's why it's important to get a really good conveyancer and a really good broker and make sure that that loan's ready for settlement day. So when clients are taking out a mortgage and it's for 30 years, you might think, wow, it's a long time to commit to a bank. And the reality is you won't be there anywhere near 30 years. You might only be there for 2 or 3 years because you have got the ability to go to another bank to get a better product for you. Now, in the past, there used to be big exit penalties that the banks would bake into the contract to make sure that you would stick around. If you did leave, you'd have to pay this big penalty. So most people got stuck. Those don't exist anymore. It's actually quite cheap to switch from one bank to another. I'd allow about $1,000, but sometimes banks are giving you cashbacks, of $2,000 or $3,000, which will recoup that money. So it might not cost you anything to refinance. The reason why you really need to look at it is there's lots of information out there about something called the loyalty tax. And this just isn't in banking and mortgages, it's in pretty much every product out there. Electricity, insurance, utilities, all these sort of things. The loyal customers pay a premium for then the new customers. And in mortgages, that difference is huge. So what you need to do is every 2 to 3 years is go back to market, go back to your bank and say, I want a better deal, because probably there's a better deal in the market than you're paying. And it may make sense just to do the paperwork. It doesn't, usually a big onerous process on you. A broker will guide you through it and then save yourself some money on the end of it and get yourself a better deal. So refinancing is very common, and really you should be doing it every couple of years because it doesn't take much for you to be paying way too much than you need to be.
Hi, I'm Owen Rask. Stay tuned because we're about to go live from Melbourne. If you're watching live from around the country, don't forget you can comment in YouTube and ask your questions. You can also be part of the forms and the giveaways and everything else we're doing tonight. We will go live in the next few minutes, so stay tuned and enjoy the hold music while you wait.
Ren, you love journaling, writing down your thoughts.
Yeah,
you're an
dear diary.
emotive person.
Today, Bryce commended my stock.
Yes. And you're a bit of a goal setter. And I think these are two very important concepts to learn when you're starting investing. The concept of journaling and writing down why you're making investment decisions, and then also having an end goal in mind to direct your investment strategy. So perhaps, Ren, if we go to you first, and then Owen, what's your investing goal?
My investing goal is financial freedom, and not the, sit on the beach, martini in hand at 40 kind of freedom. It's just the freedom to be able to make decisions, because the worst possible outcome for me is that I have to make decisions based on a paycheck. I have to take a job that I don't want because it will pay more, or anything like that. Like, for me, the beauty of investing now and focusing on saving and getting money into the market in my 20s is so when I have a family, when I want that flexibility, I have the optionality to do the things I want to do, to take a job that pays less because it interests me more, to take time off, all of that stuff. That's the goal for me. What about you guys?
Any difference with you, Owen?
I would say it's related to that, and it's probably just one word, is just having control. So having control of my own destiny. I think a lot of people that are investing to escape the rat race, jumping off that treadmill when and where they want. And for me, that's what it's about too. I want to work on my terms, and I think by investing for the long term, I can do that. I know that compounding works, but it just takes a long time to kick in. So my investing goal is just to get to more control over time, and the way I know I can do that is by slowly adding money to the market. How about yourself?
Look, I think it's very similar to what the two of you have said, other than to get rich AF. No, look, we all do it to make money, but I think you're right. Long-term benefits, take control, have financial freedom. And I think for me, having that goal sets up how I invest. But let's quickly talk about the journaling part as well, something that I didn't do for a very long time, and almost thought it was just something that people would say, and I disregarded, didn't see the value in it. But now I write down why I invest in the investments that I do, and I find it incredibly beneficial. How do you approach your sort of journaling?
Yeah, well, so I love to write out a full investment thesis. I get really geeky on it, and that includes writing out what is the investment that I'm making, what are the risks involved, and then what would make me sell in the future. So this is more for individual companies, but you can do it for ETFs if you invest that way too, is what would make me sell this ETF in the future? Is it a better idea? Is it something like that? Just putting something down, because then in the future you can iterate, and you can come back to it and you can say, I was wrong on that one. Now it's time to move on, and here's how I'm going to make a better decision next time. And that's basically my process.
And as we've said in the show, Ren and I have said it plenty of times, it doesn't need to sound as complicated.
Yeah,
as
no, it doesn't.
He's been investing for years and years.
It could be as simple as
a 50-character tweet.
Yeah, that's it. How about you, Ren?
That wouldn't be a bad Twitter account. Just
investment thesis.
Yeah, investing thesis. Yeah.
Oh, we'll take that offline. But look, in this course, you're going to understand a little bit more about the importance of journaling, how to approach it, and then also the importance of setting investment goals.
Is this on? Okay. Hello. Good evening, everyone. If we can please start to make our way down to the seats, and please bunch up because we do have a full house tonight, to the extent that I'm quite nervous. So please make yourself comfortable, get close, say good day to the person sitting beside you. I hope they won't bite. And let's see if we can get anyone down there. Kate? Oh. Thank you, everyone. Can we please make our way down to the seats? Max Wagner, Patrick, please come take a seat. We can get a mic from over here. Yeah. Glen. Alrighty then, folks. I can still see a few people making their way in, which is fantastic. Don't forget, there are 500 books or so just over the back corner there. So if you haven't already got one, I do not want to cart them back out of here. So please grab one. And please bunch up. You know, we've got a full house tonight, so it'd be great if people can get a seat and just have a look around you if maybe you could stand for someone else. So they say never to start with housekeeping at an event, but I'm going to do a bit of that anyway. So tonight I'm going to start with one joke, and maybe whoever gets the answer can get something for free. What's the definition of a long-term investment? A short-term investment gone wrong. No one got the answer, that's fine. Okay, it didn't land. That's fine. So I'm going to start with just a few housekeeping rules. And the first one is just that the toilets are back right and left of the staircase when you go back through there. We will have an intermission, so that's about 40 to 50 minutes in. And a quick welcome to country. So in the spirit of reconciliation, Rask acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present and extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. So welcome to Melbourne. If you are from Melbourne, yes, raise your hand. Good, I'm seeing a few hands that aren't up, which is great. It's great to be back in person with so many people, just even meeting a few of you now and a few regulars that have come to a Rask event before this. But it's just great to connect with people. And one of the things that people tend to know us for is this thing called finance, but there's other things that we do, and one of those is we love coffee at Rask. So if you are looking for a great coffee spot, I recommend Patricia's Coffee Roasters just down the road. People who listen to the podcast will know that one. And if you're looking for a fantastic Mexican restaurant, Mamacita's on Collins Street. That's another tip for me. I can see a few yeses and nods there. Yep, that's great. So tonight, there is a live stream version, so welcome to everyone. I did see a few people from Brisbane in the live chat, which is fantastic. Welcome. We are going to be doing many giveaways and other things tonight, so we do want you to get involved. I had hoped to see a few more Hawaiian shirts, but that's fine. That is very fine. So Monique over here is going to award the best dressed male and female. We've got 4 things to give away. We've got 4, Ray's has been kind enough to give us 4 $250 loaded accounts. You've just got to create your account and you get $250 added. So Monique will come around with a certificate before the end of the night if you are the chosen one. So keep an eye out and just give her a nice smile as she goes past. We've got a few sponsors tonight, which is fantastic considering we only put it together about 4 weeks ago. And there'll be a few laughs in the crowd from a few people that have done this before and know how hard that is. First up, for the drinks tonight, the drinks sponsor is GlobalX, one of our sponsors on the podcasts. So GlobalX is a relatively new name here in Australia, having acquired ETF Securities. So thank you to Nat, Blair, Kanish, Evan, and everyone there. Raise, as I mentioned before, a micro-investing platform with hundreds of thousands of users, which is fantastic. Self-Wealth, I saw Rob here before, head of content. There he's up the back, giving me a nice big wave. G'day, Rob. $9.50 brokerage, Chess sponsored too. There will be a giveaway tonight, and one of those will be if you create a Self-Wealth account, someone will be randomly selected and get $1,000 into that account. And that, by the way, is sponsored by Seneca Financial Solutions. So if, Luke, are you here? Luke? Not yet. Maybe he's coming in a bit late. Yes, I got a nod. He's coming in a bit late. Great. So Luke will be on the panel later on tonight. And finally, Wattle Partners, raise your hand. Drew is a lone ranger. There he is. Drew hosts the podcast with me, the Australian Investors Podcast. So we'll be on stage answering your questions after the break. It'll be a quick fire for around about 15 to 20 minutes. So I'm already running 2 minutes behind schedule, but just to give you an update on what you can expect tonight. Firstly, there is a live stream version, and g'day to everyone. I'll be in the chat in a second. But in that live stream version, which you can watch anytime, say if you go home tonight or tomorrow, you will see some incredible people. The first is the Princeton professor, Peter Singer. For those of you who don't know, is the founder of A Life You Can Save. The book up the back was donated by The Life You Can Save. The Life You Can Save is a registered charity here in Australia, so tax deduction. If you're an accountant, give me a thumbs up to confirm that. I'm not an accountant. So, and the great thing about The Life You Can Save is they actually
research other charities to decide which charities have the most effective giving, so for every dollar that you donate. We've got Mel Browne, money expert, former financial advisor, Molly Benjamin, founder of Ladies Finance Club, Claude Walker, the founder of A Rich Life, Blair Hannon, and Danielle Ecuyer. So a fantastic lineup if you're on the live stream. Here in person, we're going to hear first up from Victoria Devine and Kate Campbell, the incredible duo, so that'll be fantastic. Followed by Equity Mates interviewing Leigh Matthews. I can't see them, they're probably hidden out the back. Then there'll be myself and Sam from Prometicus. Wonderful. Then there'll be a break and we'll come back for multiple panels. So if you have questions, you'll be able to throw them out as the night goes on, but also if you are in the live stream, just drop them in there. There is also a Google form that you can fill in. So one of the wonderful things, and I got to pinch myself for being up here, is that I can come up here and we can host an event as Rask, and we can do bugger all because there are so many fantastic people that want to take part in helping educate other people. And one of those people I'm going to introduce first up, and he's going to do the icebreaker. This is Glen James, the founder of My Millennial Money. So a round of applause to Glen.
Hello. Hey, how are we? You good? You good up the back? I'll take your silence as a resounding yes. I was asked to speak at this event. Obviously not for my expertise, because I'm not talking about money now. But we're going to break the ice. So all the introverts, run down the front. No, don't. Well, always good. Okay, firstly, two things. Say hi to the person next to you and tell them your PIN number. So just say hi and just actually say hi to the person next to you. Or someone that you didn't come with. Say hi to someone. All right, don't try and sell them a multi-level marketing thing. All right. So I thought, actually, there's one thing I didn't do. You're all thinking, what happened to his leg? It was a podcasting accident. No, I had some surgery, but it's all good. All right, we're going to play a game. I've got like less than 2 minutes to break this ice, thaw this room out. You ready? You look ready. You look ready over there. We're going to do a would you rather. Now, it's going to be some arm exercises, all right? So just give us a stretch on one arm. Put your hands up, everyone. Yeah, we're going to do this. The winner of this thing will win something. We don't know what. You won't win your dignity back. It's a simple would you rather. We're going to go through these fast. Is my flyer done? No, it's good. Just wondering. Anyway, I'm in shorts. I came to Melbourne from Sydney thinking, oh yeah, it's summer in Australia. I'll go to Melbourne and freeze my ass off. This is all I've got. Okay, would you rather? Hands up, shares or property? Shares first. Yeah. Other hand up, property. Ooh, shares wins. Now, we listen to podcasts here. Who listens? Apple or Spotify? Apple? Oh, Spotify? You guys, you can listen to the new My Millennial Daily podcast, exclusive to Spotify. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's not about me. Who would rather a DIY portfolio, so build it yourself with ETFs and single stocks and be sophisticated, or a portfolio in a box? DIY? Okay, yeah. Portfolio in a box? Okay. Is this working? Okay. I'll refund you 100%. You can... okay. Coke or Pepsi? Coke? Yeah. Pepsi? Well, that's about 50-50. How does Pepsi still exist? How does it exist? Okay. We're getting into the financial advice here. Salary sacrifice to super or pay down your mortgage. So if you're going to do that tomorrow, who's salary sacrifice to super? Yeah. And who's going to pay down their mortgage? Oh, that's about a 50-50. Okay. If in doubt, okay, real talk. This is a legitimate strategy. If in doubt, give me your money. Oh, the ice is getting broken. Pet insurance or I'll fund it through my emergency fund. Pet insurance? Okay. Who's going to just carry that risk themselves? Look at these financial wizards. Okay, this is a sensitive topic. Bitcoin or Ethereum? Bitcoin? Am I right? Ethereum? All right. Now let me tell you about a new coin I'm launching. Okay. 10 grand cash tonight, or I give you 15 grand in 12 months. Who wants the smash and grab tonight? 10 grand tonight? Stuff ya, I'll take the cash. Who's 15 grand in a year? Yeah, okay, playing that long game, love it. There's no right answers, there's no wrong answers. There's just opinions. We've got like 3 to go, and he's looking at me like, get off my stage. Netflix or Stan? Netflix? Okay, yep. Stan? Yeah, Netflix, you're safe. Okay, who's a spender or a saver? Spender? Where are my people? Spenders? Yep. Who's a saver? Put your hand up if you're a saver. Okay. Now, of the savers, this is real talk, guys. Of the savers, who is tight or cheap? Tight? And who's cheap? Yeah. All right. I'm trying to break this ice, Owen. Who is a morning person or a night person? Where are my morning peeps? Oh, no, I'm not a morning people, no. I'm barely a person. Night person? Awesome. All right, we'll finish with a Alec or Ren from Equity Mates. Alec or Ren? Oh, I should take your segment. You both got a really poor response. Okay, we're going to finish there. You've been real, I've been Glen. If you want one of my books, grab one at the end, all right? And if you don't like me or my podcast or my book, still take one and either burn it, film it, upload it to Instagram, I'll share it for the lols, content, can't do enough content, or give it away at Christmas time. You choose. All right, give yourselves a hand. I'm going to welcome up Kate Campbell. I'm doing the intro, Kate. Yeah, I'm kind of running this. You wouldn't get it. Kate Campbell and Victoria Devine from She's on the Money. Welcome to the stage. Give them a hand. All right. Do they need the handheld?
It's not on. Oh, hello.
That better? Oh my gosh.
This is good.
Well, we have
I
to follow
feel like
Glen.
a fund manager.
Well, that's always important. Practice for the board meetings early on. All right, well, we've got to follow Glen, so it's always a challenge, Victoria, but...
You've been real and I've been Glen.
Yes. Well, welcome to tonight. Welcome, everybody. I'm Kate Campbell. I host the Australian Finance Podcast with Owen. If you haven't come across my face before, I usually try and keep it fairly hidden, but anyway,
You're getting better at that. This year, you have been really good at that, and next year, it's one of your goals, right?
Yes, it is. And you run a humongous community with She's on the Money. We're very thankful to have you here tonight. And I reckon just to kick things off, are you able to share a bit about your journey as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, and some maybe things you've learnt during the year?
So all of those things were an accident, so that was really fun.
Best things are.
To introduce myself to those of you who might not have come across She's on the Money before, She's on the Money is a community of people looking forward to financial freedom. We do tailor content that is a little bit more feminine, but it accepts everybody. I am technically the she in She's on the Money, but She's on the Money has existed now for nearly 4 years, so it'll be 4 years in June June next year, so we're 3.5 at this point. And yeah, like we're a podcast that was created by accident. I was a financial advisor who was obsessed about talking about finance and money, and my friends got really sick of hearing about what they should do with their super at brunch. So I thought I could channel this energy into a podcast. And yeah, one thing led to another, and it is now my full-time job. I like to use the word retired from financial advice this year because it sounds a little bit more Glen James. It sounds a little bit more fancy. And like for all the audacity he has, I think I could borrow some. So I'm calling myself a retired financial advisor, but in reality, I just sold my practice and now I just get to do podcasts full time, which is literally my dream. So yeah, that's She's on the Money and a little bit about me. When it comes to being an entrepreneur and a business owner, man, it's hard. When people say stuff like entrepreneur, you're like, oh my God, that's not a word that even crossed my mind when I was at university. And I guess being a business owner, you're just still learning every day. I think people think I've got it together, but in reality, I've just been making it up. But so far, so good, guys. Thanks for asking.
I think that's the big lesson I've learnt this year, that everyone else is just making it up as they go along, and all of us with our finances are just figuring it out piece by piece. And one of the big things this year has been financial wellness and how that interplays with our personal well-being in all areas of our life. And I'd love to hear from you. If you have any suggestions for our audience in person and online, how can we improve our levels of financial well-being heading into a brand new year?
Isn't that like the golden ticket? I feel like we all want to be financially well-being. So I can't use that now. ANZ tried to trademark it. But it's one of those things that I think it's really personal. It's really, really personal. And something that is important to me might not be important to you, Kate. So I think it's really about going back to basics and starting from the foundations. And I know that that sounds really boring and not so exciting because a lot of your content is really about investing and, you know, a lot more exciting stuff than cash flow and budgeting. But I really think that if you want a financially well 2023, what we want to do is just like strip it back to basics. Look at our budget, look at our cash flow, do a bit of a bank account audit, print out your last 3 months worth of bank statements and what are you actually spending on? Because I think too many times we all look at the idea of budgeting and think, oh my gosh, it's so limiting, where in reality it actually should be about going, oh, okay, well, what do you spend on? And let's list it out, like no judgment, but are you happy with that? Or is that like frustrating to you? Do you actually feel like that's something that you're engaged with? Because even I go through my spending on a regular basis and sometimes I'm like, wow, Victoria, that's a lot on Uber Eats. And it really resets my mind frame to go, all right, well, is that okay at this point in time or is it not okay? Because I think we go through ebbs and flows, and when it comes to money and spending, there's no right or wrong. It's actually about just making conscious decisions. So if we're going into 2023 and we want to be financially well, I genuinely think that we should be financially putting ourselves in a position where we can just know what's going on. And that to me is one of the hardest things to do, is pull our head out of the sand and go, well, what are you spending? How are you spending it? Because change is uncomfortable and people don't like it, and that's why we don't want to take the first step.
Absolutely, and spending with intention's really important to us, and we talk about it a bit on the podcast. And we were doing an episode the other day with Tash, who's in the audience as well, and looking through our spending. And I was having a look at my bank account, and I realised I'd spent over $1,000 this year just between 2 coffee shops in the city alone, which was a bit
impressive.
Scary.
If we're being honest, though, that's less than the average bear when it comes to coffee. Are they giving you free stuff because you guys promote Patricia so often?
No, we just love them. But I think Owen addicted me, so.
Does he pay for your coffee sometimes?
Oh, well, not those $1,000.
Money loss.
Yes, well, maybe that's our tip for the year. Work for a business that funds your coffee.
Jessica?
You've got a huge community of women that could fill up multiple MCGs. If Melbourne people are here, that's where all the footy games are played, I've been told. And I want to
Relatable. I don't know either.
Yes, well, footy's important here. I have been to a few matches, not this year though, unfortunately. And you have really changed the way that women talk about money. And a lot of these conversations we were too scared to have before. Maybe someone had shut us down in the past, Or maybe we just hadn't seen anyone else modelling those conversations and knowing they were okay to have. And I'd be keen to hear your thoughts about any of those ripple effects you've seen by starting the conversation and how it's rippled across your community into their lives.
This is my favourite thing ever, and I get really emotional talking about my community. It sounds really lame, I promise. I'm not just being like, oh, I'm so emotional, but I genuinely am, because when I started She's on the Money, it was really about having people that wanted to talk about the stuff that I wanted to talk about. Like, I didn't have friends in finance, and I was working in the personal advice space, and sorry to everybody, but it was a lot of mediocre middle-aged white men, and I just didn't relate to them as a 22, 23-year-old girl who was spending all of her money going out at clubs on Chapel Street on a weekend.
Revolver?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't that dirty. I don't know where you were. But I definitely wasn't at Revs. Low. No. I like places where I don't stick to the floor and there isn't a dodgy couch that literally has articles written about it. But no, Revs I actually have never frequented, which is surprising given how many times I found myself on Chapel Street at 3 a.m. But it's one of those things that I just wanted to find people that wanted to talk about money with me, because it was such a stark realisation when I was working in that space that adults that I looked towards as like, oh my gosh, one day when I'm in my 40s, I'm going to have young kids and they're going to go to private school just like all of my older peers. Like, they have it together. And realising that they didn't have it together was really jarring, because I just assumed that, my big dog salary that I had at the time, I thought was massive. I remember getting my first grad job and being like, wow, I have $48,000 a year to spend. And like, that was really good for a grad job. But I just assumed the money would come. Not that you had to be good at money, because I definitely wasn't good at money. And when I was 23, I was in $40,000 worth of debt with a personal loan, because like, I'm a genius. Like, I went and got a personal loan and I lived my best life because it just made sense at the time, and there was no one to tell me that was a bad idea. In my head, the mentality was, you've got money, you probably should spend it. Like, why not just put it towards paying back a loan? And at that point, that's obviously a very limiting belief and a limiting idea. And the more I learned about personal finance, the more I realised, far out, like, I could change my life with this. And then I could change my friends' lives with this. And then it kind of, one thing led to another, and it was a bit like a snowball. And today we, run a community with more than 1 million people in it. And it feels crazy to me to get messages on a daily basis where people are like, oh my gosh, I'm finally out of debt. I've been listening to your podcast for 3 years and I've changed my life. We have, on Mondays, we have Money Diary Mondays, and we have anonymous money diarists, and a lot of them come to the podcast because they've been in our community for so long, and they'll say things like, Victoria, like, it's not for me about making people rich. But they'll come to me and say, oh, Victoria, I got out of a financially abusive relationship because I took all of your tips and tricks about creating an emergency fund so that I could get out of a situation, and I did it. And to me, that's the important stuff. Like, that's the ripple effect I want to see, because that's not just impacting them, that's impacting their children, that's impacting the rest of their lives. And as much as I'm so proud of each and every single community member that just starts their investing journey and puts themselves first, for every person that starts an investing journey, someone else is getting out of a really shitty financial situation. And I just think, how special is that our community is there? But also, watching them interact, because we have, I would say, a pretty large Facebook group as well, where I'm now redundant, because people will post questions and then they just jump in and answer for each other. They'll be like, oh my gosh, Kate, this is what you should do, or here's how this works, or oh my gosh, we're so proud of you. And I started it, and I remember when I started this Facebook group, no one talked about it. It was literally 4-5 years ago now, because the Facebook group became the Facebook group existed before the podcast. That's kind of how it was born. I had a fake profile on Facebook where I'd reply to my own posts. So I'd be like, wow, superannuation is so interesting. But it's one of those things where nobody was replying because the gates kind of hadn't opened when it comes to personal finance and women. And I remember I used to text my friends and be like, hey, I just posted in my group, can you go comment? Like, literally I would. And I'm not ashamed of that now, because I think that that has kind of started to pave the way for everybody who's in my community now to so freely go, oh, well, this is the answer, or that's really interesting, or Victoria, I don't understand that, because I think it used to be really taboo to go, I don't really get how super works, or I don't really get what a concessional contribution is. Like, what's the difference between concessional and non-concessional? And that is such a relevant question to ask, but we just felt silly asking because we assumed that we should have known, but no one taught us. So as much as that's embarrassing, and I'm willing to share it with you guys and you guys only, I just think that, yeah, the ripple effect is really that hopefully we are creating a generation of people who are more financially literate. In saying that, recent research tells us that Australians are less financially literate than they were 3 years ago. So maybe we're doing something right for our community, but we need to be bigger. We need to do more.
Yeah, I love how many resources there are nowadays and people actually sharing their journey online. And I know it's very popular to share on social media when you've bought your first house, and I love it when our community come up and say, I've bought my first share, I've got my very first dividend. That is really exciting. I think we should share those things as well with our friends and family.
We danced in the office when one of my team members got their first dividend. Like, literally, I was like, how much was it? And they were like, it was $1. And I was like, that is sick.
Yes.
Literally,
small, but it grows.
I'm not joking. We literally were like partying for it. I was so excited. But like, that small step means so much, because I think historically, especially as women, we just didn't even feel confident enough to take a leap. And like the idea that we're now celebrating getting a dividend, and we know what a dividend is, and we know what it means and what that looks like in our future, that's elite. That's so cool.
I love it. I think we have time for one more question, but I'd love to hear about some of your biggest money and investing lessons that you've learned over the last decade or two, working in financial advice, working in business, being an investor yourself.
Oh my gosh, no pressure.
There's a few?
So there are a few, but the thing with this is I'm definitely not reinventing the wheel, and I think that that is what a lot of us personal finance content creators do. Like, we're not here pretending that we're reinventing the wheel, we're just articulating it in a way that makes sense to our audiences and resonates with them, because no one's ever spoken in a way that we get before, right? So from my perspective, I really think that it's about budget and cash flow. Again, I'm really boring, but I think if you can master that, you can put yourself in a position to create wealth. And I think so many times people, start listening to our podcast or your podcast, and they're so excited to get ahead because they've finally worked out what investing is and they cannot wait to get into their investment portfolio. But I think that what we need to do is make sure that, to quote Glen James, our financial house is stable.
He's very quotable.
Yeah, he is very quotable. I've been real and you've been Glen James. I don't know, we're losing it. But it's one of those things where if you have your stable financial house, you'll be okay. But too many of us want to jump the gun and go, oh, I don't care if I've got personal debt, I really want to invest, like I'm so motivated about this. But paying off debt is an investment in itself, and putting yourself in a position where you have an emergency fund. Like, Kate, the amount of people that write into us and say, oh, like this week I got a beautiful message from someone that said, hi Victoria, never spoken to you, just wanted to let you know that today I had to trigger my emergency fund. I'm American, I live in Australia, my partner's in Australia, and my dad is really unwell, and it was the first time in my entire life that I could just drop a whole heap of money on flights and say, I will be there as soon as I can, instead of let me find out whether I can come or not. And just that power is so much more powerful than anything else can be. And if you put that first, you'll put yourself first and future you first, and then the investing and stuff comes later. But I do think that we should really get our little financial houses in a row. When it comes to, I guess, investing tips and tricks, the more boring, the better. Honestly, we all know that. I think everybody's looking for the next big thing. We recently released on our podcast the top 5 performing ETFs, Australian-based ETFs, and last year we did the top 5 performing ETFs of 2021, and they've been 2 of our most popular episodes, which I was shocked about. I was like, really? Like, I basically just did some research, found out what they were performing, what their ticker codes were, and you guys ate that up. 10 out of 10 content, apparently. I just spent 6 years trying to tell you about your money story, but you want to know a ticker code. But it's one of those things that talking about the difference between those top 5 performing ETFs of 2021 and 2022, they are so starkly different. Like the number 1 ETF of this year was a crude oil index, and last year it was technology, and I think it's so reflective of the period of time that we're going through that no one can predict what it's going to look like. But we all seem to think that we can. We're all chasing these returns, and I think we need to put it to the side and trust the professionals and just start earlier. Start early, be consistent, make sure that you know what you're doing, but also that it's within your realm of scope. And I just think, yeah, that's it. I know I'm taking up heaps of time, and I can see that you put a clock there. So, yeah, I think it's about consistency and making sure that your financial house is stable first.
Absolutely, and as we talk to our listeners, simple usually works a lot better. The more complicated your strategy, the more likely you're going to make a mistake or get into something really complicated that you don't understand properly. Well, Victoria, thank you so much for joining me. I feel like I'm doing an outro to the podcast here.
It is. Do it properly.
Thank you so much for joining me on the podcast today. It's been wonderful to have you. And if people want to learn more about you, where should they go?
Oh, She's on the Money, AUS on Instagram, or you can find me at Victoria_Devine. So either of those, or I mean, just listen to their podcast. Honestly, it's probably better.
We didn't do an episode on the top 5 performing ETFs. So
I've got the research. I'll give it to you.
all right, wonderful.
Yeah.
We'll collaborate. All right, well, thank you very much.
Bit of feedback there. Well, that was wonderful. It was like a real life podcast with 2 of Australia's biggest podcasters, which is kind of cool. So thank you, ladies, for that. I'm glad Kate mentioned the MCG, because this, for those of you that don't know Kate, is probably the first time I've ever heard her say MCG. So, and that is a beautiful segue. We always look for segues when we do podcasts. And the segue is this, that we've got a very special guest with us tonight. In fact, we've got many, but this one in particular is with Leigh Matthews, is going to be interviewed by Equity Mates. Many of you, just as a show of hands, if you know Equity Mates. Now maybe, as Glenn would do, the other hand if you know who Leigh Matthews is. Wonderful. So maybe this is one of the star attractions of the night. You're not here for me, you're here for them. So without further ado, I'd love to welcome to the stage Leigh Matthews, Alec and Bryce from Equity Mates.
All right, well, hello everyone, and happy Party Shirt Fridays. We're really excited for this one. My name is Bryce. For those that haven't come across us before, I am the co-founder of Equity Mates Media, and just like many other podcasters in this room, our mission is to make investing accessible for young Australians. And this is my co-host and co-founder as well, Renners. How are you going, Ren?
I'm very good, Bryce. Very excited to be here for this live event. We had to wear party shirts. Owen is trying to make party shirts a thing in finance, and in honour of him, we had to wear 2 of his party shirts today. But shout out to Owen for organising this, the whole Rask Australia team for putting it on.
Yes. But look, we are incredibly excited because we have none other than AFL legend Leigh Matthews. Leigh, welcome.
Good evening, Bryce and Alex. Sorry to dull down the night with my attire, but anyway, we'll have a bit of fun for half hour talking about our footy. What about that good in the Harley knew where the MCG was?
I know.
Shit.
You wouldn't believe
So
it.
after this, Leigh will be walking to the MCG. Anyone who wants to know where the MCG is, follow him.
So we're going to spend the next 20 minutes or so unpacking Leigh's experience with leadership and motivation, discipline, and then there will be some opportunity for questions at the end. It's not often you get a chance to speak with Leigh, so we'll make sure we leave time for that. But we must start with AFL and get that out of the road before we talk about the serious stuff, right?
Okay.
AFL is the serious stuff.
That's fair call, fair call. So we're going to do a quick fire. 4 quick questions, Leigh. First one is flag for 2023. What's the pick?
Oh, you start with the easy questions.
Yes.
Okay, Geelong finished the best team, so status quo, they might win it again.
Nice.
Okay, some Geelong fans in the audience. What about Wooden Spoon?
Well, North Melbourne, they were on the bottom at the end. I mean, the thing you should know is whatever happened last year is not going to happen next year, to be honest. But let's say North Melbourne will finish bottom again.
Okay. Jeez.
Pretty conservative, aren't I, in my investing and my theorising?
Not a risk taker, that's for sure.
An important reminder that past performance is not an indication of future performance.
All right, so rumours of a new team coming in. Tassie, should we have a Tassie team?
Well, Tasmania's been a state that's been into AFL. That seems to be the main reason why Tassie should have a team. It's hard to answer it quickly. You hope if it comes in, it's the only team, really, sports team in Australia that I'm aware of that the state government, the Tasmanian government are putting in $12 million per year for 12 years to help get the funding of the club and maybe provide a better stadium for them to play out of. So it's a very different situation. But for me, I don't think we need a 9th team in the competition. I think 18 is plenty. Secondly, I hope if Tasmania does come in, which I think they will, that they're not one of the half the team that needs additional help from the AFL to stay viable. So we'll see what happens, but I think they'll come in.
Nice. Well, somehow I've managed to get the microphone caught. Well, Leigh, last quick fire question. I'm a Swans fan. Bryce is a Bombers fan. Self-indulgently, who's going to finish higher, Swans or Bombers?
I'm a fan of Brad Scott.
Yes.
But I have to go for the Swans.
Oh, come on. Yes. Now, Leigh, every interview we start with our experts, we ask them the story of their first investment. So we thought we'd start there. Your experiences in footy and AFL, but if you can shed some light on that moment in time where you deployed some capital in some form, what was it? What was the story?
Oh, it would be the first house. Way back for me in the early 70s in Dingley, bought a block of land and built a house. So that would have been the first financial investment. Was all of about $5,000 back then, so things change over time. Yeah.
No one ask how much it's worth today. No one ask, all right? All right, well, Leigh, from that moment to today, how do you think about investing now? Do you have an investing philosophy?
Well, I'm 70 years of age. I'm getting towards the end of my work life. I still do a bit of media, so I still got a paid job. But capital preservation is my first priority at this part of my life. I'm a fairly logical person. Got no much vision. I'm a poor investor because I can't really visualise the future. So I tend to use people who have got that, a financial advisor, for instance. But capital preservation, I think, at this part of my existence probably is the main thing.
Now, Leigh, Owen said he would buy us a beer if we could get a stock tip off you. And Bryce and I were putting our heads together and thinking, how could we subtly weave into the conveation something that would lead to a stock tip? Yeah. But we're nothing but not subtle. Yeah. Have you seen the shirts we're wearing? Yeah. So we're just going to ask you. You got a stock tip for us?
Owen, you got a spare?
But a sector.
Okay.
Logic tells me that we know that there's this hope that renewables are going to power the world over this next generation. Maybe they will, but it might be that you need something else, and maybe for all its potential downsides, that nuclear might well be the base load alternative. It seems logical to me to think about. I mean, anyway, that's so maybe something in the uranium or the energy or the nuclear energy sector might be my punt.
Nice, good punt. All right. So, Leigh, as investors, one thing that we like to focus on is management and leadership qualities of the companies that we're investing in. Get an understanding of how they're thinking about the future, how they're thinking about taking risk, investing capital, those sorts of things. You've spent a lot of time in high-performance culture and developing leaders through teams and developing your own leadership philosophy as well. What are some of the key characteristics of good leaders that you've seen come through players that you've coached, and also what are some of the characteristics that you personally hold for your own leadership philosophy?
Well, they have to be good salespeople, really, because it doesn't matter whether you're a manager or a coach, doesn't matter what your title is, you're selling to your group your philosophies in a way. This is what we want you to do for us to be successful. The other part of that philosophy is individuals don't sacrifice for groups, but we talk investment, I guess, in terms of financial, but in the little world that I've been involved in most of my life, the AFL world, each individual player wants to be really successful. Deep down in his soul, he probably wants to be best on ground more than his team winning, deep down. But you learn that investing in the team cause and making the team better, you get your rewards. Like in our sport, you come off the ground, you feel good about yourself, you sing the song in the rooms, you have an emotional upper that really doesn't exist anywhere else in the world that I've been involved in. It might only last for a few minutes or half an hour or something. So that investment in the team, but it has to be win-win. So the manager coach has to convince individuals, you'll be better if we do A, B, C, and the role-playing mantra that we need you to do to make your role within the team its most valuable. Well, you've got to sell it. You've got to convince them and then acknowledge their work at the end of the process, which is probably in the footy world every Monday.
You should see the emotional upper we get when our portfolios turn green. It's pretty good.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Who would be some of the best leaders that you had in your time from a football point of view?
Well, I look way back. When I first started, I went to Hawthorn as a 17-year-old, so you're a young man. And when you're young, you are kind of there to be moulded, I guess, by what you see. And we had our kids back in the part-time era. Our coach was a guy by the name of John Kennedy. He was a school principal by profession, and he was working as a school principal and as a coach 50-odd years ago. But the basic principle that stayed with me kind of ever since was that convincing of us that we have to be subservient to the team. Doesn't matter how egotistical you are and how driven you are, and no one was more driven and egotistical than me, I can tell you. But John Kennedy convinced us, no, the way is, it's a group thing. And life's a group thing. As much as we might want to be individually successful, he taught us that was right. He also, so some basic principles that were really footy ones, like injuries above the neck don't matter. In the modern concussion era, I don't know where that one sits. He used to also, in terms of the physical contact nature of the sport, don't show them you're hurt. I got knocked out twice, but I've never had my back on a stretcher. I got up, even though I was unconscious. Because John Kennedy convinced me he's a bloody good salesman. That's what I'm telling you. Yeah.
Fair enough. Well, I'm glad I'm not a professional footy player after listening to that.
That's changed a little bit in the modern era, but it's still pretty physical out in the middle.
So Leigh, one thing that you had to do as a coach, and especially a multiple premiership winning coach, is take a group of young people and mould them into a team and develop them as individuals. You're speaking to a room full of relatively young people here. Glen and my hairline beg to differ, but what's some of the things that you really tried to instill in the young people when you were coaching, and that we should all take? We're not in high-performance sports teams, but we're all trying to be high-performance investors.
Well, my last coaching stint was at the Brisbane Lions from 1999 to 2008, and that's when football became a little bit more like normal world life in a way, where you become a full-time footballer. So you're not just going like the suburban players going to training and then playing on the weekends. It was now a job. So So this last couple of generations. So that was a really interesting. It's different when the players are pretty much available all the time to you. I mean, it might not be as much of a 9 to 5, and therefore it's not only their sort of passion and their hobby, it's also their livelihood, and that adds a lot more pressure really from what it was in the days when it was more just a part-time footy. So actually, therefore, being aware of that and being aware of the emotional cycle, I always thought that the physical contact sports are a combination of the physical, what your body can do, your mental, your knowledge, but your emotional state is what fluctuates all the time. And trying to know yourself. We had a sports psychologist who I wish I knew of this man when I played in a couple of my years. But how knowing yourself and those around you is a really good basis for working well as a group. And everyone's different. And it doesn't mean that different personalities are better or worse, but they are different. Like, for instance, there's a personality that this sports psychologist referred to as the enforcer personality. So in the pre-game, I'd be like one of them. You like going to war. Yeah, you're in the dressing room, you put a towel over my head and away. It's like I'm about to go to war. But there's a Mozzie, another personality. There's four that we're all a bit of, but this Mozzie, they like to muck around and play jokes. And the enforcers and the Mozzies think the Mozzies aren't really fair dinkum. They're not really trying because they're having fun. But we learnt that works. That works for them. So leave the Mozzies alone. Let them hang around together. You enforcers, you can go in the corner and do your thing, and we leave each other alone. So that's just an example of knowing yourself and your tendencies, and also those around you. But what I did like about this particular psychologist Phil Jaunch used to say, but bottom line, we don't really care what you think. We only care what you can do. See, people think thinking matters. Actions are the only thing that matters. That's the only thing that ever counts. It's the only thing that can ever be recorded. So that ability to control your sort of emotional states, know when I'm getting worked up, have the flag stop, being able to sort of calm yourself down. That was something that was the basis of the Lions team, which had a really successful period, and a lot of it. And we did it with wives, partners, staff. It's not only the players; it's everybody that has a little bit better knowledge of what your tendencies are yourself, and what other people's are, and working within that with each other.
Yeah, some great sort of crossover there with understanding who you are as an investor and managing your own money and where you sit, and controlling emotion, those sorts of things when markets are tanking, and who you are and how you act. Understanding that is super important. For those that are sitting here and looking to find a bit of an edge in their investing or in managing their own money, really interested to know how you tried to find an edge. You won 3 premierships in a row with the Brisbane Lions. What did you put in place that wasn't the Essendon approach of the early, whatever, like 2010s? But what did you put in place, or what were some of the things you tried to find a competitive edge?
Oh, well, it's a principle as much as anything, but you've got to try and find the competitive edge. That's the point. You are searching for the competitive edge. It's a non-profit sport in a sense. Everyone gets paid, and like a top-level AFL player now might get $1 million, a top-level coach might get $1 million, but it is actually no one profits from the club. So all the monies that the club can generate through supporters and TV rights and all that goes back into preparing the player. So back in that era, in terms of finding the competitive edge, I think the most radical thing that we did, we played a game in Cairns, pre-season game in February. Everyone sweats a lot. You dehydrate. You can't possibly drink enough in to actually, for the amount that you're sweating it in that really humid environment. Our doctors and our conditioning staff, let's give them an IV drip, those who've really lost the 4 or 5K. So they put the saline solution in direct to their vein, and it seemed to work quite well. So for the next few years, I'd be talking to the players at half-time, and like a bloody doctor's surgery, there'd be an IV drip hanging from the wall into the players' arms. They do it at half-time and post-game. After a few years, it was legal. It was only saline solution. But, I mean, I got to say, I could understand when the AFL sort of found out about it, they thought, this is not a good look for the local under-15 team. I could understand that. So they banned it. And they banned it 2 weeks before we were to play the grand final in 2001. So, OK, what did our conditioning staff do? They got a refrigerated van in underneath at the MCG outside our room. So at half-time, you can't put the IV drip in. Go and put the players in the really cold atmosphere for 10 or 15 minutes to help them not sweat quite so much. Just an example. Every little bit helps. No, that did help. We found a pilot, a Qantas pilot, who was prepared. We had a theory, or our conditioning people had a theory, that if you fly at a lower altitude, the air pressure's different. It might have different effects on your physiological state, particularly post-game when you're flying back from a game. So we found this guy, Don Lehman was his name, a Qantas pilot. He would fly the plane, it was safe, obviously, at about 15,000 feet, just felt like you're about to land any time. And we did that for 2 or 3 years too. And that's like your placebo thing. I don't know whether it helped or not, but it helped our players, because I always said, as a club, if you can believe that our organisation is the top of its field, forget about other fields, but in the AFL, say there's 18 clubs. If our club and our system and our people and our conditioning is cutting edge, and they believe it, which our players did, even if it's a placebo effect, it's valuable.
Love that. Yeah.
I just can't wait for a number of AFL coaches to start implementing placebos next year.
Low fly zones.
Yeah. I want to go back to the idea of, people think people don't care about what you think, it's your actions that matter. Yeah. And, that holds very true in investing, and especially in a year like this, everyone's had plenty of thoughts as their portfolio falls, but it's the actions that you take that matter. Not selling, sticking in for the long term, taking the opportunity to take advantage of the current prices. But a key part of that is managing emotion, because as an investor, it's very easy to get swept up in the emotion and panic and sell, or on the other side, get swept up when things are good and get FOMO and overextend yourself or whatever. So how have you seen the players that you've coached, and when you're a player, what's some of the best techniques you've seen to manage those emotions and really stay in control?
Well, it's something that probably every team does, and it's done more and more as time's gone in a more complex manner. And it's a simple principle in concept. I mean, we know what our objective is. I mean, when you go and play a game of football, there's a scoreboard there. So whoever kicks the most score wins. That's our objective. So you've got to know what your objective for a start, don't you? But it's clear in the footy world. And you plan and prepare to do your best you can in the game. You play the game, you have an emotional response. If you win a close game, it might be just euphoria. If you lose a close game, it's bloody depressing. You feel like your world's about to end. But either way, about a day later, you come out of that emotional state because you start planning ahead. And the first start of planning ahead is to look back and review. Okay, and I used to always make sure it was a day or two after the game, so the emotional state had flattened out. Now we can rationally look back, what happened, what worked for us, what didn't work for us, and then, guess what, we start that process again, the planning, preparation for the next weekend. So it's a simple principle when you think of it, but when in a group situation, I mean, if a group can't spend half an hour together talking about what's happened the previous week, we're kind of kidding ourselves, aren't we? But how many groups don't? I'd say a lot.
Well, Leigh, we could sit here all night and chat footy and all other things, but we should open it up to the audience. We've got about 8 minutes or so before Leigh needs to jet off. So, I mean, now's the chance to speak to AFL legend in the house. So I don't know how we're going to facilitate this, Owen, but...
Well, Owen's there.
Great, with the mic.
Stick your hand up. Oh, and Monique's there as well. Stick your hand up if you've got a question. While we're looking for a question, I've got one more thing to ask you, Leigh. We've had a few AFL players or ex-AFL players on the show. Some of them are great investors. In your time, and we hear that there's a lot of stock chat and these days crypto and NFT chat in locker rooms. Who's the best investor you've come across in a locker room in your time?
Well, I should be thinking who's become the wealthiest, wealthiest post player. Probably Craig Kelly, who actually I coached at Collingwood, and he was a South Australian. It took him about 3 years to convince him to come to Melbourne, but then he started up one of the player management groups in the mid-90s, and that became TLA, which is a very big organisation. He sold it a couple of times for 20 million and bought it back for about 5, so he's sort of done that about twice. He's got to be the man, I reckon.
Nice.
He's
That's
got to be the man.
investing.
He's actually, it's worked well for Craig. They say he's about to become CEO of Collingwood. I don't know if he could afford to do that.
Wow.
He's that wealthy.
I won't ask you who the worst is. Let's
come on.
Me. I'm going me.
Okay.
No, not a good investor. Can't think forward. No. I live in the moment, unfortunately. I haven't got no vision. I'd like to have some vision. I'm going to use people like you. I'll be on your podcast next week to see what you're saying about stuff.
Sounds good. Well, make sure you're subscribing to Equity Mates so you can hear Leigh come on the podcast. But Owen, Monique, do we have someone in the audience?
Hi.
Hello.
First comment, you were my favourite player as a kid.
Oh, thank you. You must be very old, but anyway, thank you.
I had the number 3 on the back and everything.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Quick question, there are 2 parts. So when you get your money, how do you decide how to allocate it? And do you yourself have a financial coach?
Well, I've got a financial advisor. Yeah, I employ a financial advisor to look after the part of my super fund. I'm old enough to have at least I made some good decisions, really. For people of our age, if whatever wealth you've got, you want to be in your super fund, don't you? Because it's certainly had its tax advantages over the years. You still got to decide what to do with the money in the super fund. So I've got a financial advisor who looks after part of that. I'm a bit of a control freak, so he only looks after about 1/3 of the pot, and I look after the other 2/3 of the pot. Yeah. But I'm a very conservative investor. Very conservative.
I think there's one here in the middle, Owen.
Leigh, just keen to understand how you get your head out of a dark cloud and how do you can sort of control your emotion, because some see through your coaching period at Brisbane was something that we know how you somewhat control your temper, and we've sort of seen you sort of lose your control at some point, but at the same time, which, don't get me wrong, was very entertaining for all of us out here, but at the same time, when you do speak, we do see the players, we do see the staff really listen to you, and sometimes the way that you sort of control your tone and your voice and that moment, keen to really just understand it in a bit more detail from your perspective.
Now, what you say is very important. I mean, I try very hard when I coach not to be a stress carrier, because just the competition's a stress. The fact the opposition are trying just as hard to win as you are, there's stress. How am I going to perform? How are we going to perform? So you don't want the coach. You want the coach trying to assist them. So, for instance, I had a reasonable ability to have a cold exterior, and my guts would be churning, didn't necessarily look that way. But one of the things I did, in about the hour before the game, because I could feel myself getting uptight, particularly as a coach, sometimes I'd even dry reach and stuff. I mean, I just, because I was about to lose control once they ran out onto the field. So I wouldn't go near the players for about the last hour before the game, because I didn't want my stress to rub off on them. But the other part of that stress is the thing I meant before. I lived that cycle for 37 years. Of actually you perform and you have an emotional response, and it might be good or it might fair. But if I lost, the family knows, just don't talk to me for a day. But a day later you come out of the fog because you start planning ahead. And that's kind of, so all of a sudden, okay, you've had a really bad experience, but you've got a chance again to do something sort of good in the next phase. That's the great thing about the week-to-week cycle of sport when you think of it. But I trying hard to not let your emotions be reflected in your actions or your manners or your appearance. I wasn't too bad at that, which is a pretty important quality, I think, particularly in modern footy when the coach has got a camera on them almost as much as the players have when the game is on. Yeah, I'm talking about in the 2.5 hours of the game.
I think we got another question at the front.
I might just jump in and we'll come to you next. I got a question from the live stream, which is from Morgan, who says, how have you managed someone that became fixated on a certain path or strategy and refused to be open to other options?
Well, you do your best to meld that in. So it depends, let's face it, if he's a very, very, very good player and it helps us win games of footy, you do put up with a lot. Because what are we there for? We're there to win games of footy. So if he's a good player, he's got to be doing a lot of things wrong not to be valuable. But if you can't, even if these are really, the high-performing individual in the team sport you often get asked about that. And you try to just make sure that it's melded in so that it's a net positive, that the net positive, they were positive to the team performance. If it comes to the stage they're not, then they have to leave the team. That's the bottom, that's the end result. But that means maybe you've failed as a manager, but sometimes we all have failures in that regard, because sometimes over time individuals just they'll become net negatives to the group. But that's one of the things that managers and coaches have to decide.
Okay, I think we had one more down the front here. I'll just come around.
Just want to say, Leigh, that I've always been a big fan, and you crushed my childhood dream of Richmond getting into a grand final in 2001, back in the prelim.
Yeah. Yes, that's right. Yes, we did. Yeah.
But thankfully, we've had good times the last few years. You talk of being a salesperson and trying to emulate that in the AFL. How did you get your team to 3 grand finals and sell them that each year?
Well, I think there was a couple of things that our team, it's interesting when your team looks back and they talk about it now, almost a couple of decades later. One, they lived in the moment. You've got to know when to focus and when to relax. When to train, again, when to relax. So you've got to be able to have that ability to concentrate on the now. Mostly life's about what's going to happen the next hour. Okay, once we've done that the best we can, then we'll get into the hour after that. So living in the moment was really important, and they embraced the concept, the role-playing concept, that investing in the team by embracing our role. Now that's where the selling part was, that I had to convince them the role we're asking you to play. Everyone in football, 95%, they all do the same thing. But there's a part of the game that we want you to do this. Alistair Lynch was a big forward. We want, if we're in trouble, kick the ball in his head 10, 15 metres out from our goal. Big, strong man, he'll mark it or come to go. Craig McRae, who now coaches Collingwood, his job, if the ball comes off his hands, you've got to be there to give ground level support. Like, just some basic things like that. But our players started to... we lost a game by 15 goals in early 2001. The following week we lost by 5 points. The following week we played Essendon, who hadn't lost for about 2 years. We beat them 120 straight after losing by 15 goals 2 weeks before. So, you never know what's going to happen. But our players look back on what we identified from that Carlton game. Carlton's performance was based on 3 or 4 players that you wouldn't even know of unless you're Collingwood supporters. Anthony Franchina, Darren Hume, Glenn Freeborn, who were the role players, the chasers, the tacklers, the pressurers that allowed the good players to be good players. And our players embraced that. Brad Scott, Marcus Ashcroft, Craig McRae, different players. And that was what our team believes was the couple of principles on which they based their performance. And from that, partly from that, they had to have the talent, of course, a very talented group. But that was kind of the psychological belief systems, as simple as it sounds, that was the base of the performances of the team that played in the 4 consecutive grand finals in the early 2000s. Yeah.
I think we've got time maybe for one more. Down the back, yeah.
Hi, Leigh. I just wanted to talk to you about what you did with young people and dealing with the amounts of money professional sports people actually got. So how did you deal with that 18-year-old kid drafted back in 2000? They were getting $250,000. What was the club doing? What was the way that you were dealing with the financial windfall that your players had? But also then the other side of that question is, once they left the AFL and that windfall fell away very quickly, how were you dealing with that emotion, with that sort of physical change that they were experiencing from the money they were accepting?
Yeah, I did record that. And the evolution of that, when you think of it, when the players that have been the full-timers, which is the last 20-odd years, so they've been the full-timers. But every player has got a player manager. And the player manager gets 3% of his income to manage him. So that manager, if he's doing his job, he should be the one who is largely providing or getting the financial advice for that particular player. The clubs themselves will have a welfare manager that is there for anything that the player needs some help or advice with. And you might well come to a club with do you know a financial advisor that you could recommend, for instance? But I think most clubs and most people at clubs would be very loath to have too much, apart from recommendations, not to be too closely involved in what the players did with their money. They might give them the advice, but it's a dicey area if they got to sort of almost embrace the advice. Now, post-playing, clubs will try to still be there for play. The Players Association, the AFL Players Association, has a past players alumni for the players might, for instance, have bad injury issues from their playing, might need surgery. So the Players Association will pay for the cost of the surgery. But I would have thought most clubs would say that actually being too closely involved in the financial advice to an individual player, is something his family, certainly his manager, should be the main source for stuff like that.
Well, Leigh, we have unfortunately run out of time, but we'd just like to say a massive thank you for sharing your time with us tonight. Some great lessons coming out of the conversation, and I'm sure on behalf of everyone it's been an absolute pleasure hearing from you. So thank you very much.
Cool, we're good to go. That's a great question, Evan, that you asked about people in professional sport managing money. I was up on the Gold Coast this year with the Gold Coast Suns doing a workshop with them, and there was the
the team there that is in charge of like player welfare. It's a really important thing because you earn all this money, you're very young, and all of a sudden you're not earning money. So what do you do? And it's just a massive psychological roller coaster. So my next guest on the chairs with me tonight actually is Dr. Sam Hupert. Down the front here, if I can invite Sam to the stage, please. Get you down here, mate. Thank you. Thanks. Okay, just as a show of hands, who listens to a Rask podcast? Now keep your hand up if you've ever heard the name Pro Medicus. Wow, okay. Funnily enough, more hands went up, so interesting. So we're going to talk about, with Sam, we're going to talk about his journey in co-founding Pro Medicus and being the CEO for such a long time. We'll have some time for questions. But throughout this conversation, what I'd really appreciate is that you just pay attention to some of the lessons that he has around team, around getting the most out of yourself, understanding what goes into growing a successful business. Because this is a very special occasion to have Sam here with us. We're very fortunate he lives in Melbourne as well.
Thank you, Owen.
So I guess the first thing, Sam, is, and we actually had a question come through on the live stream for this, which I'm glad to great minds. You graduated from Monash University as a medical doctor.
I did.
But if I'm not mistaken, it only took about 3 years for you to then decide maybe not this and maybe move into something else. Can you talk us through what happened?
It was just a tad longer. It was 5. But
5, right.
Yeah, compared to my life, and I'm just a tad younger than Leigh, so I declare my age. 5 years is not much. It never occurred to me that I would ever leave medicine once I'd done it. This idea fell on me by accident. I wasn't a computer geek. I couldn't have been, because back in the early 80s, there were no computers. They were just emerging. They were like hobby kits. There wasn't the IBM PC or any Apple. There was no Apple. So it was really a curiosity that led me into this almost by accident. So it wasn't that I was unhappy with clinical practice. I did practice. I had my own practice in Coburg. It just fell on me, and I got so busy I had to make a decision one way or the other. And I thought, much to my parents' dismay, because they'd always wanted a child as a doctor, I always thought, if it doesn't work, I can always go back to medicine. But as it's turned out, I never have.
That was actually one of the questions that came through, and this may be from a doctor who asked this on the live stream. But so do you found that difficult because you didn't necessarily have support around you, or did you feel confident and you have conviction in that?
Look, you had to be a doctor to do what I've done. So I think my medical degree definitely was very useful. Back in those days, when I graduated, no one left medicine. You either went into clinical practice or research. And matter of fact, I was actually interviewed by one of the papers, one of the first doctors to actually leave medicine. Today, there are so many professions and things people can do, having a medical background, and I think that's fantastic. And I've just been invited to join a group that's set up to try and encourage medical entrepreneurs, people who have done medical degrees, but then use that as a springboard to do other things. So then it wasn't routine, it wasn't normal, but I think the beauty is, as professions have expanded, it's opened the horizon to many others.
One of the wonderful things, I imagine, of being a doctor is you get to help people, right? And here you heard Victoria and Kate talk about this earlier on, about how through the podcast we can help people with their finances. What did you see then to allow yourself to make that commitment?
When we first started, computers, and they then became of age, the IBM PC came out, they were character cells. So you saw a green character and you could only type. A mouse, a GUI, none of that was invented. And the internet, boy, that was at least 10 to 15 years later. So originally our program was really helping doctors with their finances. and it was all about the business side of medicine. But from about 2009 onwards, we moved heavily into the clinical side of medicine, and then our whole world changed, and that's more about enabling radiologists, but clinicians in general, using technology. So originally there were no records. They were all on little cards or big files, but there were no computer records in those days.
So I think what you're about to hear next is the story of what we call an acquisition, for those of you that aren't familiar, which is where one company buys another company. Can you talk us through this time, and if I'm not mistaken, it was around the GFC, the opportunity that you saw, and give us the context around how you thought this could potentially change lives?
We, as I mentioned, started in '83, and all of our sort of time till about early 2000s was around the business side of medicine. Clinical records on computer were just starting to emerge. But what we did see is most of our work was with radiologists, and they were transitioning from film, the big sheets, to reading images on computer. And so the first thing we did is we realised we needed to marry our informatics with that sort of like digital Adobe for radiology, and that occurred in early 2000, where we did like middleware. But the company we did it with, which was a large multinational, around 2006, 2007, they started to lose their way a bit. So here we were, a small Australian company, working with a large international multinational that had started to lose its way. So we started to look to either build or buy our own clinical component. In other words, the desktop that the clinicians use, like the Adobe for medicine. And we came close to a number of acquisitions that, you know, for various reasons they weren't consummated. And then right in the depths of the GFC, we met a company at a conference who actually were locked and loaded to be sold to someone else. And I met their CEO at drinks, and I said, well, if the deal falls over, give me a call. And he goes, deal won't fall over, we're settling next week. And when I got back to Australia, we got the call, and the rest, as they say, is history. So we were lucky there. So what we saw was a technology that was unique, but not quite fit for purpose of what we were looking for. We almost walked past it, but then we realised that with a bit of R&D and a bit more sort of medical input, we would be able to make it what it's become today. And thankfully, we found them, and it's worked well. Can you, just in really simple terms, tell us what this is, maybe how it's used, just to get some context? Sure. Radiologists and other clinicians, there is no film anymore. So all the images that people have, X-rays, CT, MRI, ultrasounds, they're all diagnosed and viewed electronically on screen. And radiology used to be largely 2D. So you've all had a chest X-ray, a bone X-ray, but nowadays with advanced imaging, CT, MRI, you can actually make 3D models of 2D, which makes sense because the body is a 3D volume. And so what this allows radiologists to do is to bring up the images and to enhance and manipulate them and make them into 2D or 3D or 4D models, moving 3D, to enable a better diagnosis. So it sounds very obvious, but it's one of the few products that's actually changed the paradigm of how clinicians look at imaging today. So we know from Spotify, Sam, that some of our listeners love Taylor Swift. And I like to think about what Pro Medicus can do in terms of Taylor Swift songs. So the average song is maybe 5 megabytes in size when you listen to it on your phone. How big would one of these images be? Well, the gigabyte's the new megabyte. So a lot of imaging now is, you think of the file sizes in gigabytes. The area that creates the biggest images is mammography or 3D mammography, so breast imaging, because it's ultra high resolution. And of course, like everything, there's a high HD version out now. So the files are about 8 gigabytes each per examination. And if you've had a female patient that's had one of these studies before, clearly you want to see the delta between what they had a year ago and what they have now. And so you're bringing up 16 gigabytes, or if they've had 3 examinations, you're visualising 24 gigabytes. So the files that imaging creates, or medical imaging, are just exploding exponentially. And you need a different technology to be able to look at them literally on demand, which is what we do.
Because if I'm not mistaken, say if someone's in the ED and they need to get an image immediately because someone maybe has a tumour or something like this, traditional imaging would take such a long time compared to this technology which is called Visage. Can you give us a sense of how quick this can happen and how it changes lives?
Yeah, so I'll give you an example. Unfortunately, a lot of people have accidents, motorcycle or car accidents, and when they do, they have what we call multi-organ injury. So it's not just a bone. They might have lung injury, they may have injury to their liver, they may have injuries to their lower limb, they may have injuries to the vessels in their lower limb. And so getting a CT is quick. So all big emergency rooms like the Alfred here actually have a CT in emergency. You don't even need to go to radiology. But then you need to work out which treating doctors need to look at those images. And we're talking a few gigabytes of image, and they need to look at it now. They can't wait an hour. So you'll have things like the orthopaedic surgeon, you'll have something like the cardiothoracic surgeon, you'll have a vascular surgeon, because if their bones are crushed, is their femoral artery patent or not? Because if it's bleeding, you've got a medical emergency. You may have a neurosurgeon, you know, so that all of them have to look at these multiple gigabytes pretty much on demand instantly and in high def, and make volumes to see, am I needed in this treatment? So it allows all those people to look at this technology regardless of where the images are taken or where it's done day or night. Or in another example, we cooperate and have a program with the Victorian Ambulance, where anyone that has a suspected stroke outside metropolitan area, they can get a CT in any country hospital. But top stroke neurologists that are, you know, part of the ambulance group will read that in real time to work out, do we mobilise the patient, do we do treatment there, do we fly them back to Melbourne, etc. So that's another example where, you know, literally every second counts, and we're able to do that pretty much in real time.
So as you can appreciate, having this technology available has just been a game changer. When you made this acquisition, can you tell us how much it was? Is that public?
It was public, so I can tell you. It was roughly about $5 million Australian, including transaction costs and currency, which sounds like nothing, but in those days, cash was king. You know, those of you who've been, investing and went through the GFC, it almost made like the dip in COVID look insignificant. So 5 million was material. And the only reason they even spoke to us, the people selling it, we had 6 weeks to do due diligence and actually settle the transaction, because they either sold it or shut it down by 1st of February 2009. And we were talking to them in December 2008. The only reason that they actually engaged with us, because we said, look, we'll pay cash, because you couldn't get debt, and even if you could, it'd take too long. So very different time, but it was $5 million.
So roughly around the time, I think the entire business was valued at around about $115 million, and today it's valued at over $6 billion. To give you a sense of how this business has grown through Sam's leadership and the team. Can you, like, that number kind of blows my mind. And over such a short period, I think, when we talk about companies on the stock exchange, I think the company's share price is up something like, I'm going to guess, 15,000% or something like that in that time. And so did you have any sense that this could be something at the time that would go on to be used by the likes of the Mayo Clinic and places like that?
No, simply put. Look, we thought we had, as my US team called it, lightning in a bottle, and I think that's the best description. We inherited 2 things with acquisition, well actually 3. One was the original development team, 2 young guys out of a place called Zib, which is like the MIT of Europe. It's in Berlin. And they developed the platform and sold it into a NASDAQ listed software company that specialised in defence but started a life science division. And we bought that life science division. So we got three things. We got the development team in Berlin that, don't tell them I say this, and I hope they're not listening or watching, they're pound for pound, I think, the best in the industry. And 90% of those, when we made the acquisition, are still with us today. And of the 10% that aren't, half of them transitioned with a product that we also sold. So we had a research toolkit called Amira that we acquired as part of the acquisition, and we sold that in 2012 for $15 million. So the investment had already washed its face by then. And then we inherited a US team, which unfortunately was, I'll call it dysfunctional at best. So we kept 2 people from that and rebuilt it from the ground, and we are where we are today. So thankfully that strategy worked.
You said in a previous interview that I did with you, you said that one of the keys to building the business has been to hire good people, not lots of people.
Yep.
And a mutual acquaintance, we can say, Claude Walker, who's an analyst at A Rich Life, he's actually appearing in the intermission video. He wanted me to ask a question around culture and about team planning, and even, you know, for the team immediately around you, how you foster that and how you expect that to continue into the future.
Look, there's no one answer, and I'm not an expert at it. I'm just thankful that we have a small team. So globally, we have 105 staff, including myself, so 104 and a bit. And we think that being able to give people, to have multi-skilled people, to not do just one particular thing, to cross over into other disciplines, makes the job just so much more interesting. I also think, you know, part of our success in keeping these people is not related to me, but related to what we actually do and the clients we have. So my niece and nephew are clinicians, physicians, and I said to them, you touch a few people very deeply. So my niece is a renal physician, so, you know, perioperative renal transplants, really full on. Our job in what we do is very different. We touch literally tens of millions of people, but with a lighter touch, but the net result is still just as important. So I think from a staff point of view, the fact that we do move the needle in terms of clinical diagnosis is incredibly important. We're also very lucky, as you mentioned, through good luck and good work, we've been able to deal with some of the top luminary hospitals in the world, and also tap into some of their, not only radiologists, but also some of their research arms, because most of them are affiliated with universities, I'm sure you'd all know. So I think it's the fact that we actually do good. It's you know, the client base and the intellectual stimulation that I think is very important in building the team. But look, it's like everything else. You've got to keep working at it, and you've got to keep the environment going as you get bigger. But being able to limit it to 105 makes that job a lot easier.
Yeah, this is fascinating to me. Obviously, I've followed the ProMedica story for many years, but one thing that often gets brought up, Sam, when we talk about technology and healthcare are things like artificial intelligence, machine learning, using machines. I mean, there's a machine called the Da Vinci machine, which can perform surgeries.
Yep.
When you think about your area of expertise, which is medical imaging, are there some things that you are really excited about today that you think, like, this is something that people should know more about?
Absolutely. And I think, look, healthcare impacts and touches everybody. And I think artificial intelligence is very well suited to healthcare in many, many areas, but imaging in particular, because diagnosis in radiology is largely about matching patterns of pixels, and machines are very good at that. They can't understand the context as much as a human, but they're very good at the matching. So I actually think it's a very positive thing. I don't believe it will replace clinicians. I think it will be an adjunct to clinical diagnosis. It could be a bit of a safety net, second set of eyes. Have I missed something? I'm looking for rib fracture, but there's something in the right kidney that I wasn't focusing on, those sorts of things. So I definitely think it has a very interesting future. It's not quite there yet, but I do think it will actually be, very additive and very important in the healthcare spectrum going forward.
Is there anything else in the medical space that you look across, say, the hallway and you think, well, we don't do that, but that's really interesting? Anything that might captivate our, imagination?
Oh, look, I think it's all changing very radically. Things like genetics, genomics, all those areas I think will be major contributions. And I hope one day they do for cancer what they did for tuberculosis years ago. Most people don't realise that in its day, tuberculosis was the cancer of the time, and people thought it was like 30, 40, 50 different diseases, till they eventually found one cause, and that changed the treatment of TB. And I'm not saying that will happen to, cancer and carcinomas, but there is a chance that they will find a common thread. So I think all those emerging technologies just increase the chance of that happening.
Fantastic. Well, we've actually got a few minutes, so I think Kate and maybe Monique, if you do have any questions, please raise your hand and one of these lovely ladies will come around to you. I can see behind you, Kate, there, a gentleman with his hand up.
Just want to say hi, thanks for speaking tonight. I am interested in a lot in the medical side of things when it comes to investing, and I just wanted to ask a two-part question. Yep. So one's slightly personal, being that you're a CEO of a very successful company. Do you look elsewhere for investment, or do you look internal for investment within your own company? That would be my first question. And then second question is, by being an industry leader in what you do you have a greater vision for where you can take Pro Medicus in the future?
Oh, the first question by default, yes, I'm invested because Anthony and I own the company equally when we IPO'd back in 2000. It's now 22 years ago, and we still own between us over half the equity. So by default, I'm invested personally in that. And the fact that even if I have external investments, no matter what I do, my Pro Medicus equity most probably dwarfs those at the moment. On the second side, where would I invest in terms of outside Pro Medicus? And I think, look, or more, where do I see Pro Medicus going was more the question, I think, was, look, we have been, I think, we've gone further quicker than most people imagine, particularly in North America, but it's a very big place. So we're about 5% of the market, which doesn't sound like much, but it is a very big market, and no one's got from standing start to 5% in, the space of time that we have. So I think there's a lot more scope there for the company, a lot more. And then you've got, as we said, things like AI and other areas, and then other geographies. So myself personally, am I heavily invested in the company? Yes. Do I see a lot more prospect for it? The answer is yes, and hopefully we'll sort of deliver on that.
I can see you one more here in the middle.
Hi, thanks for such a informative
Thank you.
session for this one. I've also got a two-part question.
Must be an analyst.
I can remember two, not three.
With the structure of what your system does, and with the way medicine is changing in terms of moving to a more remote setting, especially to be able to cater to people who don't live in the major cities or have the ease of access, can the system be applied to be able to format something for the remote area? But in saying that, is there limitations with the natural infrastructure issues that Australia has in terms of telecommunication?
Look, the answer to that is we're already doing that. We call it teleradiology, where the images are taken in one spot and read in another. Now, it could be as simple as the radiologist is not at practice A, but is at practice B, but reads for patients at practice A. But the example I gave with the ambulance is exactly that. So when we did it, we thought, how many CTs are done in the country with suspected stroke? We thought, I don't know, a few. 5,000 a year are read on our platform. People who can be anywhere at any of the regional hospitals in Victoria and Tasmania. They'll have a CT, and that actual CT could be read by neuroradiologists. Some of them are in New Zealand, so one of them lives in Darwin, some of them live in Melbourne. So the answer is we're already doing that. So, you know, we are able to work within the confines of current bandwidth to get these massive files visible almost on demand. And I think that's the secret of the technology.
Okay, I think we've got time for one more question if anyone wants to raise their hand. We've got one right up the very back there. It's a familiar looking face. If we can use the mic so everyone in the live stream can hear.
We met over drinks, I shouldn't have said hello.
I know. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Question, I've invested in some of the Aussie biotech type companies over the years, try and support that. Some of them fail and fail badly.
Yep.
And it seems to be, and I'm definitely not a medical person, that they can't get their sales message across, particularly in America, which they're all trying for. So how do you think we deal with that? Or have you got a, is it just because your technology is so good, or is it your salesmen like Leigh Matthews are so good? Or is there something else? Because we've got to be able to sell out there to the mass market.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And it is a very important one. So we did things slightly differently. Even today, we have 3 and a bit salespeople in the US. That's it. I'm the bit. Now, you can call me a tenth, a half, but I get involved in, you know, the more pointy end, particularly with some of the bigger transactions. So where I think a lot of people fail is 2 or 3 things, and I'm not being critical. First, sometimes they go too early. The technology's not quite right, and you don't get a second chance at it. When you get out there, if it doesn't work, even in the smallest, least known organisation, you literally go backwards, and it's very hard to recover from that. The second thing is a lot of people feel that you need to build a sales force of 15 or 20 people right out of the gate. And that actually is, to me, counterintuitive, because what do they actually sell? What do they actually do? And so a lot of companies burn through their budgets by having too many people on the ground before they need them. And then it takes a lot longer, unfortunately, than people think, particularly in healthcare. You've got a contract with hospitals, you've got a superset of legal things that you have to go through, like, does it work medically? If it doesn't, what are your liabilities? You know, privacy, as we see everywhere now with cyber, but we're talking about people's healthcare information that's even more private than private. So all these things take a lot longer, and I think the last thing they do in that is they underestimate the journey. So they think it'll take 6 months, it'll take 2 years. So I think if I had to put my finger on 3 main things, either getting out too early, building up a sales force when really you need to build brick by brick, get something that's referenceable, and then build off that. And then the last thing is underestimating how long and how expensive it is, particularly in the US, to get some of these contracts in healthcare and biotech, all of those.
Wonderful. Well, Sam, I mean, I got to pinch myself when people come up here and come to the event, and everyone in this room or watching, but it's a real treat to finally meet in person.
Finally. We've only met virtually.
Yeah. And we've known of each other for a very long time. So I just got to say thank you for taking the time out of your Friday night, for taking the trip into the city and coming and sharing the Pro Medicus story with us.
Well, I really appreciate it. You've done me a favour. I got out of dinner at my brother-in-law's, so get out of jail free.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just get this headpiece on. So we're going to have about a 40-minute intermission now. Please go and make the most of the drinks. There should be some canapes and things going around. The second half of the event will be much more interactive. So we will have a number of panels on the up here on the stage, including Drew, who's just got his face in his hands. So he's a financial planner. So we'll be back together to answer some questions. There'll be quick fire questions, so have them ready. If you're watching live, please just use that Google form and chuck them in there. But please make the most of the drinks. Grab yourself a book. If you're not on your way out, just grab one. Also, we'll finish the event tonight about 9:30 to 9:35, and then many of us will hang around for about an hour afterwards before heading downstairs to the Moat Bar, which is directly across there. And that will kick off at about 10:30 for those of you who want to talk more finance. But thank you. Enjoy the break. Hi, I'm Owen, founder of Rask. As part of my day job, we get to educate around 120,000 people through our podcasts. But we also have around 18,000 students and thousands of members who pay us for investment research on ETFs. We call that Rask Core. And I'm proud to introduce our membership service, which starts at just $9.99 a month. Basically the cost of Netflix, maybe even cheaper. If you choose to join us inside Rask Core, you'll get to see the ETFs that we recommend, how we would build a portfolio from scratch and get started investing, but also how to keep investing for the long term and not get shook off when things get a little bit scary. You'll also be part of a thriving community of people that want to help. That's why I love what we do at Rask Core. It's only $9.99. But as part of the live stream, we're offering the first month for just 99 cents. All you need to do is put in the coupon code 2023, that's 2023, and you'll get the first month for 99 cents. And if you don't like it, just cancel. It only costs you 99 cents, much less than a cup of coffee here in Sydney, in Melbourne, or wherever you are. So it's called Rask Core. Give it a shot. Recommend it to your friends if you like it, and help them get on the pathway to financial success in 2023. Thanks for being part of the Rask event.
Pancakes. And you only live once, right?
Hold on, just need to get my credit card out.
What?
Makes it harder for me to spend so I can save a little more to invest. Do you mind? It's easier if you do it. 3, 2, fun!
You should use Raise. It rounds up every purchase to the nearest dollar to save and invest as I spend.
Smart.
Don't trust yourself to save? Raise your game instead.
Hey, I'm Mel Browne. I'm an ex-accountant, ex-financial advisor, and now financial educator. And 2 years ago, when millions of Aussies grabbed 10K out of their super, I realised that while we know how to tighten our belts, most of us don't know how to find more cash. And that led me to create my free webinar, 50 plus ways to find 10K in 12 months. It's yours for free at melissabrown.com.au/Rask. But now I'm going to share 3 of my top ways, and I promise you, not a single one of them is going to involve giving up your daily cup of coffee. I mean, Lord knows we need that now more than ever. The first tip will remove your entire cost of housing. That's not just 10 grand a year, that could be tens of thousands of dollars a year. And I'm not talking about moving in with your parentals. Lord knows if I was to do that, only one of us would emerge alive. Instead, what I'm talking about is registering to pet sit or house sit. Now, if you're like me and this is the only thing that you can possibly have when it comes to a pet, a fake one, same with plants, then sure, pet sitting might not be right for you, but house sitting might be. In both cases, there are websites that you can register your interest, put down where you go, the suburbs you might be interested in, and details of you, and then it's simply starting. My second tip involves renting out your stuff. I mean, you might have some things where cost per wear is really freaking high because you bought a gorgeous dress or shoes or a handbag and it's a bit bougie and you bought it for a special occasion and you love it, you don't want to part with it, but it's not going to make you any money sitting in the closet. So why not rent it out instead? Or if you've got a car space, if you've got a swimming pool, if you've got a caravan, if you've got tools, it's finding those lazy assets and renting them out. My third tip is picking up some free money. So if you haven't registered for a cashback app like Cash Rewards or Shopback, and if you're shopping online, then you are quite literally leaving money on the pavement and choosing to walk past it. Yes, it involves giving up your data, but if you are shopping online, guess what? Someone's got your data anyway. You may as well benefit from it. I know, free money tastes good. These are just 3 tips of the 50 that I've put together. As I said, you'll find it at melissabrown.com.au/Rask. I'm a bougie Brown, there's an E on the end of Brown. Or you can come play with me and find out more at More Money for Shoes on Insta. Have a great day, everyone.
I'm Blair Hannon from Global X as Head of Investment Strategy. Global X is a truly global ETF business, and where we focus is on those forward-looking ideas. So think about thematic ETFs, about commodity ETFs, and really think about how we can bring new ideas to investors and be beyond ordinary. So the big idea for 2023 is all around decarbonisation. This is not really a new idea, but it is very topical. We've seen out of COP27 just recently that there's a drive for change. A particular number that came out of that would be, the expected spend that we need as a global economy to drive to net zero by 2050 is $4 trillion in USD by 2030 to get there. This is all built around shifting the energy sources we need from traditional energy sources like gas and coal towards more renewable sources across both energy generation and things like transport as well. There's a couple of ways you can play decarbonisation. One is certainly part of the transport methodology, thinking about electric vehicles and the shifts we're moving down that path. And 2, it's around changing how we generate energy. So moving away from the traditional sources, things like coal, things like gas, moving towards things like solar, things like wind, and maybe even nuclear as well, which is very low carbon. So when we think about transport, it really takes a bit of time to step back and think about it from an economic point of view. The fundamentals of economy being supply and demand. So we know there's very strong demand around electric vehicles. This is both from end of mile transport with trucks, and also just consumer vehicles with electric vehicles. So we know the demand is very, very strong in areas like Europe. We know it's very, very strong, especially in the west coast of the US, and really strong out of China, where it is actually nearly on par with an existing vehicle that you would be able to buy with electric vehicles. The second part of that is we are seeing better technology come out with around from the battery perspective. So we know that batteries are getting cheaper, the technology is getting better, more cost effective, and also getting better from a range perspective. We know that there's that dreaded range anxiety that we have, certainly in Australia, with the lack of charging stations here. But if we can get to that point where we're going over 1,000 kilometres per battery, that'll certainly smooth that out. The issue comes around the supply. We know that lithium being a core part of battery technology, we've seen very, very high price spikes in recent times. And this is all back down to the supply and demand dynamics we're seeing. So if demand continues to be driven like we expect it to be over the next 10 to 15 years, yes, we will see some supply come online, but will it be enough to meet that demand? Another way is thinking about where we generate our energy resources from. Thinking about from an Australian perspective, we thankfully have an abundance of coal, we thankfully have an abundance of gas. But if we are going to move to a renewable future, we need to move away from those traditional fossil fuels and move to areas like wind and like solar. But to do that, we need to get to a point where we can build that infrastructure and put it in place. And how do we do that? We need to generate a lot of mining of things like copper, of things like zinc, cobalt for batteries again, aluminium. And when we think about what that means, again, we think about from a supply and demand perspective, all these metals have existing uses. So copper, for example, is used heavily in electronics, it's in infrastructure, in housing, it's one of the best conductors we have. If we are to move and have that step change in towards renewables, what we're going to see is the expectation of where we are at now for copper, for example, where we need to be, is going to be out of whack. So if you think about copper again, the expectation we have from what we need now to building a new renewable energy source, such as wind, you're going to need between 2 to 6 times the amount of copper than you would need of a traditional type of energy source. So where does that come from? It needs to see more supply coming online. What we've just recently seen with BHP looking to take over Oz Minerals is that the expectation is that copper may be actually in deficit by the end of the decade. Another area that's really getting a focus on at the moment, probably not so much in Australia, but certainly more so through Asia and Europe that don't have the capacity with their coal and gas like we have in Australia, is nuclear. And the reason really why is energy independence, and which has been heavily accelerated on the back of the Ukraine crisis that's happening with Russia not being able to provide areas like Europe and Asia with resources. We've got a situation where an area like China looking to spend nearly $500 billion over the next 15 years and generate around 150 new nuclear power plants, again, to drive that energy independence. So these are the changes we're seeing when it comes to a low carbon economy where something like nuclear can really play a role. So when we think about decarbonisation, it really is a when, not if. And we're seeing with the idea around energy independence an acceleration of that program. So thinking about how to play that, how to invest alongside those themes, there's multiple ways to do that. ETFs are a great source to do that because you're getting either across the whole supply chain or being able to understand what you're buying by looking through and seeing what companies are under that ETF. In summary, we know decarbonisation and the environment are very important to people at a personal level. We also know that you can invest alongside those themes. So we've probably identified 2 key areas that you can focus on, one being transport and the move to electric vehicles, and the second being the shift from fossil fuels to renewable energy. Again, these are playable via ETFs or individual companies, whichever best suits.
How can I decide which ETF to buy, Kate?
Well,
there's 230 of them in Australia.
Yes, a lot of choice. So in one of the episodes in the mini-series, we discussed all the different asset classes you can invest in. You can invest in property, you can invest in Australian shares, US shares, developing markets, even bonds and cash. Gold, there's an ETF for nearly everything nowadays. So we started by talking about the core portfolio. So what do you want to have filling up 90-95% of your investment portfolio? You want staple low-cost investments, you want diversification, you want exposure to large Australian companies, large US companies. Some of the other bits like property, infrastructure, bonds are by choice.
Yep. And I think this is like when we start investing, we say start with the core, start with the low-cost ones. In the document that's available for download, we've got examples there. We've got an example of Australian shares, and then we've got an example of other ones that you can follow too. Go and do your research, follow that strategy. Just so you know, when we talk about balanced investment portfolios, we typically have 60% or thereabouts in like growth investments, and then 40% in more conservative investments. That's like a starting point, and then depending on your risk profile, you add more growth and less of the conservative stuff. We talked about that in the series.
There's not one correct portfolio. Everyone that's listening to the podcast is going to have a slightly different mix of ETFs and shares and other types of investments in their portfolio, but we've included examples in that document. I'll make sure that's in the show notes where you can start with if you want to research and find and choose between an Australian ETF to put in your core portfolio. Owen and I really like ETFs. They're a great place to start for investors. You don't have to go through all the turmoil of trying to pick one individual company or a range of individual companies for your portfolio, especially for people new to investing. That's a really hard decision. So now you can say, I just want to invest in the largest Australian companies, and I can buy one ETF. We mentioned some names in our previous episode like A200 and VAS that invest in some of the largest listed Australian businesses.
So it's very simple, and it's pretty transparent, right? Because you can go and you can look.
You know what is inside, so you know what you're getting.
Yeah, and you just get a part of all that. It's like taking the favourites to a party rather than trying to pick just Turkish Delight or something else. Like, don't ever take a dream to a party like the chocolate bar. Not a good idea.
Yeah, so you get a a mix, and they give you diversification, which is another reason we like them, because the risk that you as an individual pick one individual company and get it wrong is quite high. But if you buy a diversified ETF, which has the largest US or Australian or emerging market companies, it changes that a little bit and reduces some of the risk that you'll pick one individual company and get it wrong. You're picking a whole group of companies now.
I like it. Question number 4. What companies run ETFs in Australia?
Okay, so we've got Vanguard, and a lot of these companies also exist overseas as well in other markets, and then they've come to Australia down the track. So Vanguard is one of the largest globally?
Yeah, it's one of the biggest 3.
Yep. There's also BlackRock, which you'll find the ETFs under the name iShares in Australia. That's also huge globally.
Yep, massive.
We have...
I think it may be the biggest, actually.
Yeah.
I think it may be bigger than Vanguard.
And they're quite vocal as well.
Yeah.
VanEck.
Yep. It's Australian, but also US ETF provider. Yep. Got Global X.
Global X, which was formerly known as ETF Securities in Australia.
Yep.
But Global X has been around globally for a while.
For quite a while.
What am I missing? BetaShares?
Yep.
So that is only in Australia right now, as far as I know.
Homegrown.
Yep. And they have a lot of thematic ETFs. So we have covered some of their ETFs before in our ETF reviews. And
Spider.
State Street.
SPDR. Yeah.
Yes.
State Street. So BlackRock and iShares and Spider and State Street, those two names go together. It confuses people, but that's because they didn't start in ETFs. They have other brands.
Yeah. So they're 6 of the biggest names you're going to hear in Australia. Plus, there are a lot of other smaller players that might run 1 or 2 ETFs or do a couple of active ETFs that you'll find. So you'll come across other names, but when you're looking for core ETFs, those large Australian and US companies that are forming part of your portfolio, they'll often fall under one of those 6 brands.
Yep. And so those ETF companies make money by charging you the management fee that you pay. It gets taken out automatically from your investment. So when you see the price of the ETF, it comes out automatically.
Hi, my name is Claude Walker from A Rich Life, here to tell you about a Australian small cap funds management stock called Australian Ethical Investments that I think I've chosen this as a stock that I think will be interesting to watch in 2023. So Australian Ethical Investments is a funds management company that's very much focused on feel-good investing. So for example, a recent ad from them has the line that the guy likes his stocks like he likes his environment flourishing, and that they want you to join them at Australian Ethical and join other investors who are investing with heart. And so the selling point here is that without sacrificing returns, you can put your investments in companies that are going to make the world a better place. And there's a lot of great member engagement. I am a small shareholder and a small number of shares in the company, but I also have been a long-time member myself, and they have great engagement in the sense that you can, for example, suggest to them or allocate to them what charities you'd like them to donate some of their profits to, which they do every year. So that's their branding, and as you can imagine, with this brand that they've built, they do have a, I'd say, demographic advantage, but let me explain. They have younger members than your average fund. So according to superguide.com.au, back in 2021, they had 25% of their fund was investors with age 25 to 35. And they have more than the average for members under the age of 45 and fewer members over the age of 45 compared to the average of all funds. And that's a positive for them, because that means that those younger people, especially the people sort of under 35, are really at an earlier part of their career, so they're going to be paying into their superannuation for longer. And not only that, you would also hope that they're going to be increasing their salaries over time, thus paying more into super. And as a result, I think there's a bit of built-in growth for Australian Ethical over the long term, and I think also that a lot of those members will be a little bit stickier because they did it out of the goodness of their hearts, not just because they were looking for the highest possible financial return. However, that leads me to some of the negativity around the stock right now. You'll sort of see on the chart, it's come down from sort of around $14 to $4.40 today. And, you know, a big driver of that is that with everything that's happened in Russia and Ukraine, fossil fuel prices have gone a lot higher. All of those fossil fuel companies have done really well. Australian Ethical's less invested in those, so their funds aren't performing as well. Makes it harder to win new members at the very least. And also, it means that if your funds aren't going up, you don't get a bigger fund basis to charge fees on. So that means they've had a short-term headwind that's really sort of slowed their business down. And that's why I think it's going to be interesting to watch in 2023, because, you know, if you want to get across the financials, I wrote an article about their recent FY 2022 results. You can just Google A Rich Life and Australian Ethical or AEF to find those articles. And sort of I explain where it's at there. And I sort of said, oh, I think it's a bit highly priced, but it's come down since then. It's getting to a more reasonable zone. I still think there's valuation risk there. And I also think there's competition risk as, you know, more and more funds come into ethical investing. That can make it harder for Australian Ethical to grow. So I'm not super excited right this moment, but I just think as you look for that cycle where the fossil fuel companies start falling and coming down, that should mean that Australian Ethical's funds start doing better relative to the market, which will be a tailwind again. And that's why I think it's an interesting stock for you to watch in 2023. I don't know when exactly in 2023, but I think there may be an opportunity then. Thank you for listening.
Hi, I'm Danielle Ecuyer, author of 2 books, Shareplicity 1, Shareplicity 2, and also founder of Shareplicity, which you can find at www.shareplicity.com.au, or my Twitter handle is Danielle Ecuyer at @AU_Shareplicity. So this evening I am going to discuss how I got my son investing in the share market. And basically now he's 21, but at the time he was around 13 years old. Now just bear in mind, I've been in the industry for a long time, so a lot of his knowledge was to a large degree by osmosis. But that doesn't mean there are a few handy tips that I have for you. So the first thing that I found was my son confronted me with a question. Or actually more a statement. Mom, I want a Tesla. Don't we all want a Tesla? But who can afford a Tesla? Yeah, they're a bit cheaper, but they're still not the cheapest cars around. So I said, well, one way that you might be able to get a Tesla in the future is to start saving and investing in shares. Because as we all know, shares over the longer term compound and grow in value. And what better way to save for your iPhone, for your Tesla, or really your Xbox is to invest in shares. So that's when my son's interest was tweaked. What can we do about it? Well, basically, he then said, how do I start investing, Mum? And I said, well, that's where I really have to help you, because at the time he was around 13, 14 years old. So on his behalf, I put some money into the share market, and we used to watch the shares. They were very conservative ones and they generate some income. And by way of example, a bit of a funny story, he started looking for what could we do with the Westpac dividend income that we had received one year. So my son, being the Googler that he was, Googled, what are the cheapest shares on the Australian stock market? And up popped this rare earths company called Lynas at around 17 cents a share. And he goes, let's put it into Lynas, Mum. Well, Mum, being a little bit too conservative, didn't buy the shares and missed a 60 bagger. Nevertheless, we continued on with our journey. And it just shows sometimes even as a beginner and a 14-year-old, you can potentially have quite a bit of luck when it comes to investing. So the next question was, Thanks for the shareholding, Mum. What now? So what I actually did was I actually put some money, post the shares into one managed fund because I thought that might be slightly easier. And when he was 18, I transferred the money to him. And so at that stage, when we did the transfer into his name, he needed to set up a trading account or an investing account. And he started with my traditional, very, very large bank trading account. And over time he goes, I really don't like this, Mum. To me, they seem a bit expensive for the size of my trades, but because by this stage, he was actually making some money and he could start to buy his own shares. So that's at the stage, after he'd read my first book, that he started to look at what share trading platforms worked for him. So onto the mobile phone, onto the apps, and literally he did it all himself. I just encouraged him, I answered questions, and he started his own investing story. However, along the way, there was the question, what stocks to buy? And of course, this is where it all got really, really interesting going into 2020 and 2021. Because as you'll all remember, we had those massive pandemic lockdowns. And then the central banks started pumping all this liquidity in and the share market started to go off. So my son, now he's probably around, I guess he's around 19 years old. He decided, I'm going to take the reins, Mum. So he did his own research. He was at university and they had a bit of an investing club there. And he has basically invested his money in Australia and the US. Suffice to say, he's learnt quite a few lessons. One lesson is, oops, I've been too passive because a lot of the high growth stories that he bought into have actually fallen. But nevertheless, I just want to leave one little message for you. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether it's your children or whether it is a friend that you want to get involved in share investing, but it has to be their journey. They need to do the reading, learn how the markets work, understand the emotions, and basically, like learning to swim or learning to drive, it's experience that counts. So, good luck to all of you. If you have children and you want to get them involved in share investing, possibly the easiest way is to start with how they save for something that they want. And then you can help them along the way, and you two could start even a little investing club together. Anyway, thanks so much for joining me this evening. I hope you all have a great time. I'm sorry I can't be there with you, but happy Christmas. All the best for 2023, and that's all from Shareplicity, Danielle, today. Thank you. Bye.
Shall we go Dutch?
Nah, I got this.
Who's he?
Oh, that's Hector. Yeah, he helps me out with my savings.
Before I buy anything, I have to fight him for my wallet.
You really need Raise. Just download the app, rounds up every purchase to the nearest dollar, and automatically invests it, so you can save and invest your spare change.
Smart!
Raise. Saving and investing made easy.
Hi, I'm Peter Singer, and I'm happy to take part in Rask Australia's conference, even though I'm in Princeton and so I'm having to do it on video. As you may know, I'm the founder of The Life You Can Save, which is an organisation that curates a list of the most effective charities helping people in extreme poverty. We have about 20 charities on that list. They've been independently vetted and assessed, not necessarily by us. We draw on information from a variety of reliable sources. But you can be confident that if you donate to these charities, you'll be getting excellent value for your money, and the money will be going to do exactly what the charity says it is doing. This is all part of the effective altruism movement, which is the idea that, firstly, one of our aims should be to try to make the world a better place, to not just live for ourselves, but to do something for others. And secondly, that whatever you're doing for others, whatever the resources you're putting into that, whether it's money you're donating or time that you're volunteering, you should try to find a way to make it do the most good for the resources that you can spare, for the money per dollar or per hour that you're putting into it. Surely you want it to do the most good you can. Just as if you're out to buy a new phone, you wouldn't want to waste your money. You'd want to get something that gives good value for what you buy. So why not bring the same attitude to your charitable donating? Unfortunately, too few people actually do that. Research shows that most people don't do any investigation of how much good the charity that they're donating to will do for the people who they're trying to help. So the Life You Can Save, as part of the effective altruism movement, is encouraging more people to do that kind of research. Once you've decided to go and find the charities that are giving the best value for your money, you might ask, how much should I be giving? Well, that's a difficult decision to take, but if you look at my book, The Life You Can Save, the 2019 edition, which we're distributing free from our website, from thelifeyoucansave.org. You can get it either as an ebook or as an audiobook, or I believe there are going to be some paperback copies distributed at this conference. So pick one of them up if you prefer to read something in paper. And near the back you'll find a suggested table of giving, which I think is not too onerous, starting off at 1% for people who are not on large incomes, but working up from there for people who are earning a lot more, but never getting to a point where it doesn't leave you with plenty to enjoy your own life and support those you love and who are close to you. In any case, I think that it's not really a sacrifice to be giving something, and even something significant, to people in great need, when we're among the very fortunate, perhaps the top 1% of the world in terms of how fortunate we are in living in an affluent country and not being at the very bottom of the economic ranking in that country, and certainly not being anywhere near the level of extreme poverty, which is defined by the World Bank as living on roughly $2 per day. When you realize how little some people have to live on, it's easy to see how you can make a much bigger difference for the people that you're trying to help if you're donating to charities that are working in low-income countries, helping people in extreme poverty. It stands to reason that if somebody is poor in Australia, it's a kind of relative poverty. They can draw on Social Security, they have safe drinking water, their children can go to schools for free. There's such a lot that we have that we take for granted that people in other countries simply don't have. So making giving part of your balanced budget is going to be a good thing for you too. It's going to give you a sense that you're doing something good, that you're helping others, perhaps that you're living more in harmony with your values than you would be if you were not doing this, and ultimately more fulfillment from your life. And there are plenty of studies in psychology that show that people who are generous actually do enjoy their lives more. So feel good by giving back. The Life You Can Save is a registered charity, and we exist in order to help people like you know which charities are the most effective. So please donate. You can donate directly to the charities through our website if you wish, and then 100% of your donation will go to the charity or charities that you select. Or you can donate to our 90-10 fund, in which case 90% of the charities, 90% of your donation will go to the charities that are the most effective as selected on our website. And 10% will go to support our work, which is trying to make more people learn about what we're doing, more people think about giving, and more people find the most effective charities that you can give to. And because we spend very little on this, and we know that about $18 goes to effective charities for every dollar we spend on the organization itself, you get great leverage if you give to the Life You Can Save, and you'll end up doing a lot of good by doing that as well. You can donate as a one-off donation, or you can donate regularly, maybe a monthly donation via our website. Just head to thelifeyoucansave.org, and don't forget, your donation is tax deductible. Thanks very much for listening. Enjoy the conference. Bye.
Why do I like automating my financial life? Firstly, it is taking away financial stress. It is giving me more time for the fun stuff. And it just means things happen in the background that are really healthy for me and for my finances without me having to think about it too much. So I want to add friction to the things that are harmful to my financial health, like Apple Pay, because I don't know about you, but it is really easy to spend money at a store without thinking if you've got it set up on your watch. And I want to remove friction from the things that are healthy for my financial life, like investing, like saving, like paying off debt. As you work through this course on different ways to automate and sometimes not automate your finances, I want you to think about it as one big experiment, because you're in the lab here, you're the scientist, and you're going to try different things that might work and sometimes they won't work. But it's not until you try and figure things out for yourself that you can work out where does automation fit in your financial life and where should you do things maybe a little bit more manually. Because at the end of the day, personal finances are personal and you've got to work out what works for you and your goals. Automating your finances is fantastic because it gives you more time for the good things in life. You don't have to focus on the numbers all the time because all of that important stuff is happening in the background, and it gives you more time to go on holidays and hang out with friends, knowing that your financial future is taken care of. One of the reasons why I like automating my finances so much is because it helps me overcome some of those behavioral biases that can hold me back from reaching my financial goals. If you've ever been stuck scrolling through Netflix trying to decide what movie to watch, you've probably suffered analysis paralysis, and that can hold us back from reaching our financial goals. This is because we can get stuck trying to decide how much to save, when to invest, what day to do it, and that can hold us back from actually getting started. So automating helps us overcome some of those things by putting systems in place that are good for our financial future. So my challenge to you as you work through this course is to pick one area of your financial life that you can add some sort of automation to, and we're going to provide heaps of examples throughout this course, and pick one area of your life where maybe you should add a little bit of friction because, like me and Apple Pay at the shops, sometimes things are taking away from your financial future. I'm Kate Campbell, and I hope you enjoy this course on automation.
Pancakes. And you only live once, right?
Hold on, just need to get my credit card out.
What?
Makes it harder for me to spend so I can save a little more to invest. Do you mind? It's easier if you do it. 3, 2, fun!
You should use Raise. It rounds up every purchase to the nearest dollar to save and invest as I spend.
Smart.
Don't trust yourself to save? Raise your game instead.
Hey everyone, I'm Molly Benjamin. I'm the founder of Ladies Finance Club. Sorry I can't be there in person. I've just got back from traveling all around Australia. We did 13 locations speaking to Australian women all over the country. So I just wanted to share a couple of things that came up and some helpful tools, especially as we get closer to Christmas, that you may know of, might not know of, or it might just be a good reminder. So one of the first tools I absolutely love is cashback sites. So if you're not using a cashback site, get on it. You're leaving money on the table. So cashback sites in Australia are Shopback, Cash Rewards, and then there's also one called Super Rewards. So what a cashback site does is pretty much when you're shopping online, whether it's you're booking a holiday, you're buying Christmas
Please
presents.
make your way back to the seats. We will recommence with the fun stuff in just a few minutes. Please make your way back. You don't have to sit in the same seat. If you want to talk to someone else, you can do that. make your way down the front where there are many, many seats. Too many. Just me and these guys. So you guys are up after Drew and I go for 20 minutes, and then you guys are up. Yeah. So this is your window. So we'll be from here to there.
Yeah, 8:35.
Yeah. Then you go from there to there.
Yep.
Yeah. Cool. If you get lost, we'll be in the crowd with mics.
Oh yeah.
So you can throw to us.
I got some questions here.
Yeah.
I get the crowd involved as well. So.
Yeah, so and then I might occasionally cut in with the live questions that come through as well. Like, I'll hold the mic. Yeah, cool. Okay. Please, please, please come and take your seats. There will be ample opportunity for beverages after the event. Alrighty, still a few stragglers. Everyone's having too much of a good time. So that was when you put on free drinks. If you are listening live, we will be with you shortly. Live or in person, it's so hard to know the lingo these days. I can see 130 people are watching at this one moment. Someone loved the Peter Singer. Clara says, love Peter Singer. That's great, Clara. Actually, I'm glad that you said this, Clara, if you are watching. Peter Singer, if you donate to the Life You Can Save tonight, and in the comments field, you use the word Rask, that's R-A-S-K, we will contribute to it. So the Life You Can Save is a wonderful charity. Professor Peter Singer is usually based here in Melbourne at Melbourne University, but at the moment he's at Princeton University. He does that every year. And it's just a wonderful cause that helps you give effectively to charity. So while we wait for the remaining people to come and sit down, I would like to invite up onto the stage. I'm calling him my co-host, but I don't know if he's accepted the title yet. So we'll see what happens. We'll let you be the judge after this. My co-host for the Australian Investors podcast, which is the yellow one, Kate and I are on the blue one, that's how I kind of describe it, is Drew Meredith. So Drew, please make your way up onto the stage here and we'll get to it. Let me just sit down that one. Alrighty.
Kind of wish I wore better socks.
I've got odd socks on, fries and Kirk's lemonade. So I was going to ask Drew to do the general advice disclaimer, but I think I better do it. So anything that we discuss from here on out in the show, for the evening, I should say, is limited to general financial information. So that means that if you ask us a question, we don't know your personal circumstances. So if you can frame your question in a way that does not give us any personal information, that is handy. But even if you do give us anything, we'll be very careful not to take that into account when we formulate a response. And I think that's great because, we are here to help people, DIY their finances. But Drew over here is a fair dinkum financial advisor. So if you are looking for personal advice, I can see a few coughs at the front here. Thanks, Luke. So Luke will be up on stage, so feel free to heckle when he gets up here too. So the rest of the evening is going to be very engaging and we are encouraging your questions. Every Saturday morning at 7 a.m, do not worry, we do not get up at that time. That's when the show goes live. We answer questions. We call it 2 cents. It's a 2 cent segment because there's two of us and we try and bring some common sense to finance. I think that's what we're trying to do.
I think we bring not much common sense to most of it.
Okay, so we're trying to have a bit of
40
fun.
minutes over.
So, in case you don't know who Drew is, maybe a very quick intro from you, mate. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
15-year financial advisor. I run my own practice with my business partner Jamie. I think it's on the live stream as well.
Crook is a dog who's supposed to be up here, but he's just trying to get out of it.
Yeah, pulled out at the last minute, of course. Specialise in investment and strategic advice, primarily based around generating retirement income or passive income. And we've also run a few other businesses as well.
Yeah, one of those businesses, which is you're an investor in.
Beneath Driver Lane, so one of the live blues and whiskey bar, which I'm sure will be down at about 11:30 tonight as well.
So Beneath Driver Lane is the name of that bar here in Melbourne. So we get some questions every week, and what we do is we ask for the most ridiculous names when people send in their questions. And I've tried to keep them all PC tonight. So the first one comes from Swaglord420, who asks, should you consider having a joint super account with your partner?
Well, you can't really. Superannuation is always in your own personal name, so the only way you can potentially share your superannuation would be to start an SMSF and invest it together, would be the...
Yes, but you can use spouse contributions in super.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can also split super contributions after the fact as well.
Yeah, definitely, but not have a
shared
superannuation account.
Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. So you can equalise, what we call equalise your superannuation through a few different tools. If you are a lower income earner, you can also take advantage of the government co-contribution, which is basically a free kick.
Yep.
So there's so many ways that you can actually boost your super, whether you're one partner that earns a higher income. As you approach retirement, maybe there's some strategies around that as well, which is quite simple.
Yeah, part of our business is always focused around trying to balance the two members in the super fund, or the husband and the wife, as it gets towards retirement age as well, and maximising the tax benefits, because superannuation remains the best entity structure to invest for retirement.
Yeah, it's talked about in all the books, superannuation. If you're not interested in putting your hands on your portfolio, you can just stick it in super. Okay, so another question that comes through from Warren Wood. Could live in Warren Wood, there's a suburb named that, but I'm guessing it's a play on Warren Buffett. So, hi Drew and Owen, long-time listener, first-time writer. Could you explain the subtle differences between the Vanguard Australia index funds, I think he meant managed funds, and the ETFs? If you were to invest in one of them for 30 years, which one would you choose?
Well, the subtle difference, or the major difference, is one's listed on the ASX and the other one's an unlisted fund that you have to invest in via an application form. But I Googled it quickly. I think I had a quick leak on the question.
This is the kind of prep we do.
And the big difference is fees. So the unlisted version charges 6.16% and the ETF version charges 0.1%. So naturally, if you're investing for 30 years, you want to keep costs as low as you can.
Yep. So just to unpack some of that jargon there for some of you. So when you have an ETF on the stock market, like the Vanguard one, which actually in our Google form was the number one, it's the favourite, no surprises, it's also the biggest. What actually happens is behind the scenes, so off the ASX, there's actually one fund typically that is invested into, and then you can access it via the stock exchange, and that's what an ETF is. An ETF is actually just a wrapper around a normal investment fund.
And the underlying investments are exactly the same in both, which is probably the most important.
Yeah, I might get one more question that have come through. Actually, this is not a question. It's more of a. I think this is with you, Kate. Save me $400 a month! Exclamation mark. You legends! You inspired me to ask my bank for a better deal on my home loan. I was so nervous. My rate had crept up to 5.99%, but I took your advice and called them. I can't believe how easy it was. I asked for a better deal, and they reduced it to 4.45%. Wow, so they took 1.5% off the mortgage just by asking. That's incredible. I need to know who this bank is.
Exactly. I think it's every bank, though.
Yeah, just ask.
Always. I think most people are introverts, so you just call and ask, and whether it's a bank, whether it's any part of your superannuation,
do it.
Always consider.
Yep. So we might ask for some questions straight from the audience. We've got the wonderful Kate here. I think, Monique, do you have a mic as well? So we've got two roving mics where you can fire away with your questions. Drew particularly likes very difficult ones. I can see a hand up the back there, Monique. And if you are watching live, please send them in. Oops, something went wrong, it says. Retry. We'll try again.
Hi, this is probably really boring. Probably the rest of you know about
boring
this stuff.
Is good.
But how do you choose a financial advisor? What should you be? What questions should you be asking, and what things should you be thinking about when you are trying to choose who to be a financial advisor when you think all of them are going to rip you off?
I think, it's a tough question. Yeah, it's definitely a tough question. That's a great one. Well, the industry's changed. I'm sure Victoria, who's here as well, will probably agree with the fact the industry changed significantly in the last 12 months, 2 years, let alone the last 15 years. So pretty much every financial advisor around these days is going to be of a reasonable level of quality because of the ethical requirements that have come into it. I think one of the biggest things we've realised running our advice practice is you need to find someone who you connect with personally, but you also need to find someone who specialises in the stage of life that you're in at the same time. So we focus on retirement and helping people generate income, and we know we're not particularly good at certain other parts. So finding someone that is experienced in those rather than trying to be everyone to everything, I think is probably the...
So you can, in the first instance, you can go to any of the government websites like Money Smart, and you can check to make sure they've got an AFSL. Many of the horror stories that we hear in finance are actually not financial advisors. They're actually people that just make it out like they are, and they kind of lead you to believe that they're financial experts. So make sure they're licensed in the first instance, and you can actually check their license on ASIC's website, and you can see what they're qualified to give advice in. It's very simple. It will just be a list: superannuation, securities, which means shares, managed funds, which like Vanguard, whatever. It's quite. You could just go on there and check. But as Drew said, there's a big difference in Australia. We have this huge problem in Australia where it is completely out of touch with trying to get advice if you're what we call an accumulator, so someone before retirement, because the average cost of advice is in the many thousands and it only seems to be going up. So it's very hard to get advice when you are accumulating wealth because the advisors have ethical constraints that basically they have to justify their fees, and when the fees are so high, it's really hard to service. So you may have to pay fee for service up front, which is quite onerous. Great question.
Always a tough one.
Yeah, ask the financial advisor. Ask the barber if you need a haircut. I think we should have some more questions, surely. We can see one in the middle there. Oh, no, here we go. Over here.
Oh, yeah. We've spoken a lot about investing and having a plan. Victoria had a great thing about getting your financial house stable. Many people like myself, I'm a freelancer. I do a 9 to 5, then I do a 5 to 9. Financial advisors don't want to work with me because I don't have that big wealth there. I can't afford a $3,500 a month fee for them. So what's your advice for people like myself who have very fluid income depending on seasonal requirements?
Definitely getting the tough questions.
That's a good one. That's a great one.
I think you're doing the right thing already because you're attending this event and you're hearing from some of the most intelligent and experienced people when it comes to educating on finances. So educating yourself is key, and there is a massive challenge in advice at the moment. There's a whole quality of advice review going on that is trying to address that the cost of running a business and preparing the advice up to the level that the regulator requires makes it unachievable for a lot of people. So I think that will be set to change over the next few years, but the key is educating yourself and trying to do the simple things and have discipline yourself. So if you're freelance, trying to continue to contribute to superannuation as if you were employed on a PAYG basis, and automating your investments and doing the very the simple discipline things.
I think I can see you. Have you heard of Henry, the app Henry for freelancers? You have? Yep. Yep, great.
The things that I offer people as a service is how to run your business efficiently. So a product like that personally doesn't work for me, but it is a fantastic product for the marketplace.
Great. Yeah, I was going to say that for those of you who don't know, it's specialised. It's a software that specialises in micro or sole trader businesses, and it creates a bank account for you, and it automatically calculates your super, your tax, your GST. It can automatically contribute to robo-advice and do all that for you. Kind of think of it like Xero for one-person bands. But in other sense, like the way that I see a lot of sole traders and small businesses getting caught out is the lumpiness of the income. That's a really hard thing. So it's about trying to manage that as best you can by making sure you do things like GST and your income taxes all in advance, and then just building that nest egg for yourself. As Drew said, like, we can only do our best in terms of educating. And then you can approach a financial advisor that you like, and you can ask them if they do scaled advice. Scaled advice is the option of just getting advice on one thing. It's still quite technical, the way the legislation's set up, but they can do that. So if you want one thing, you could approach your super fund for this or someone else.
I'd also say not all advice needs to be ongoing either. So there is, it sounds like a lot, but an upfront, what we call a statement of advice or a wealth management, can actually set you up on a strategy that will last 10 or 15 years, and you don't necessarily need ongoing advice, as you'd know. So just going out and getting that initial plan in place and then implementing it yourself is another option.
Yeah, great. We've got time for about a couple more questions. We'll keep our responses short and sharp, Drew. We always do this. We end up rambling for 90 minutes. There was one, in the middle, gentlemen, and then we've got two hands here, which we'll get to. Oh, is that on?
Hi, thank you. When it comes to investing globally, just wondered what you thought. I know some funds are domiciled in Australia and some overseas. I just wondered if you could speak to the positives and negatives of that firstly, but the main part of the question is, how do you make sense of the hedging issue? And what's the best way to sort of navigate that?
Okay, so
the questions were going to be easy.
So how do you budget? Okay, so let's just unpack a bit of that jargon real quick. You're talking about an investment fund, like a managed fund that you can put money in and someone invests for you, or an index fund. The domicile part means that it's just an Australian entity for tax purposes, which means you don't have to fill out a form. There are some ETFs that aren't Australian, but most of them are. That's the first thing. In terms of currency hedging, Drew, what do we say?
Basically, you don't want to bet the house on anything really. So, how do you, our broad policy would generally be have a bet in each camp. Our approach when we apply a different approach to how a lot of people invest, because we're focused on ensuring someone's capital or superannuation or retirement funds last for an extended period of time. We invest for decumulation, and in that circumstance, you basically don't want to get anything significantly wrong. So don't take a significant bet on currency unless it looks incredibly bad. So
yeah. We have a number of ETFs that we would look at, for example, and they offer hedged and unhedged. By the way, hedged, guys, for those of you that are like, what the hell is that? It just means that the currency fluctuations are neutralised. So the ETF provider or the fund provider does that for you, so it just locks it in. The old philosophy is just split it down the middle, 50-50. Now, you can do that, but it's very simple. There are slightly more sophisticated ways to do it.
You just want to remove one additional risk from your portfolio, essentially. And if you make a big view on hedging, then you're just introducing another one.
Yep. So we've got enough time for two more questions before we've got the panel.
Hi, this is a boring question, really. It's about insurance. Is there an easy formula you can use to know how much insurance you need? So when you get a quote from your financial advisor, are you being screwed?
Are you being screwed? Well,
it's boring, but another difficult question. I have to defer. I don't know particularly well. I mean, the general, when we think about insurance, what risks are you trying to insure for? Generally, it's your death and paying. That wasn't supposed to be comedy. It's generally you want to repay your mortgage and make sure there's a sum of capital left over to take care of your children or family once you pass. So that's where the majority of it will start from, and it's like anything. You probably, if you're just looking for insurance advice, you want to get a second opinion or two or three opinions, and it's quite easy to do it.
A lot of financial advisors don't give advice on insurance, which is like a bizarre thing, right? You don't go to the dentist and then go to another one that does the filling, but that's basically how it works. Because the insurance gets quite technical, there are risk advisors. I think there was one at Glen's event. There was a risk advisor there. Wasn't there? Phil Thompson, yeah. And so you can use someone like that just specialises in that. The easiest way is to get your personal balance sheet, all of the things that are liabilities, like things that you have to pay, so mortgage, if you have business debt, something like that, student debt, whatever. And then you would also just look at, well, do I want to put my kids through private school? Well, how much is that going to cost? What do I want to take care of the living expenses for how many years? How much is that going to cost? That's just a very rough rule of thumb, but you want to get good advice on that.
And then add back what other assets you
Yeah,
own
your
as well.
assets that can
So
offset
obviously
it.
your superannuation would become available, and any other assets you have.
Yeah, and
to make sure you're not overinsured.
We're doing this really quick, but finally look at super as well, because that can hold some of your insurance for you. Okay, so there's one more question that we can answer before we have a better looking panel, that's for sure. Trust me, you'll get what I mean in a sec.
Just wanted to circle back to that question, this comment on super. In what situation or what circumstances would one consider or have to take in, or factor into converting from individual super to self-managed super funds?
I think ASIC actually just released a new guidance. Was it this morning or yesterday?
Yesterday, I think it was, yeah.
They, originally they said you need at least $500,000 combined. So in an SMSF, you can combine your and your spouse's or your partner's superannuation together. ASIC originally said it was $500,000, but it's reduced significantly. So the one fixed cost of running an SMSF is the preparation of like a tax return, like everyone would do themselves. And you can generally get that at a cost, we've seen about, I think, $2,000. So you think about if, what is it, $2,000 on a $200,000 balance.
1%, yeah, quick math.
Exactly.
Yep.
That's why you're here. So it's, the affordability, how willing are you to pay that fixed fee, and how much control and how much do you want control or the ability to determine where your investments are. So ASIC's dropped it from 500,000, it's probably more like, I guess, 300 potentially, if you're contributing and growing.
I spoke to the CEO of Australia SMSF Association
yep.
last week, I think, and he was saying that, you know, they're obviously the SMSF Association, but they said about 200 grand.
Yep.
It's like you don't really consider it below that. Yeah. Yep. So we've got some great questions that come through online as well, but we can also answer them in the next segment, I guess, as well. So Drew, first time on stage, we didn't even get asked about Dubba or Zipco and our investments in things like that. Like, this was a really easy one from that perspective. From brand damage, I think we did all right. But thank you, Drew, for taking the time out, coming down here and chatting with me up on stage. There is a new episode out on Saturday morning at 7 a.m.
Shorter than usual.
Which is tomorrow morning. Don't get up for that. Stay here the night. So thank you, Drew, for coming up. The next panel is a very special one. I don't think we've ever had this combination of people together at once, and what we're going to see is equally interesting. So the next panel, and I'll introduce them briefly, is my co-host Kate. Okay, it's not a wine in your hand, is it? No, okay. Tash from TashInvests. We've got Queenie, there she is, yeah. And we've got Jess from She's on the Money. So this is going to be hosted by Aussie Firebug. I think he's got a very good shirt on tonight. So let's do a dual round of applause for Drew and for our next panelists.
Okay. I was, yes, I was planning to. How you going, everyone? Before I get into it, I just want to give a huge shout out to Kate and Owen and everyone at the Rask Australia team and anyone else who was involved in making this event happen, because it is awesome and you guys have done such a great job. So big round of applause, everyone. Okay, I think you guys got introduced, but maybe, I'm not too sure, maybe you just want to say a little bit about yourself, introduce yourself and where you're from. We can just go down the line, and Kate is staring at me, so I'm going to pick on you to start off with.
All right, I'm Kate Campbell. Introduced myself before. I co-host the Australian Finance Podcast and pretty much do all the work. I also do a lot of the courses on Rask Education. I've got a fire course. We've just done a road trip, which we actually put out with Tash earlier this year, which is an awesome free course covering the basics. I ran a half marathon on the weekend, which was pretty exhausting, and I think I have hit my goals for the year. So there we go.
I'm Jess. I work at She's on the Money. I'm our content and partnerships manager. I work with Devine, who you guys all heard from earlier, who is amazing. I'm relatively new to my finance journey. It pretty much started concurrently with my career at She's on the Money, which is exciting. So I've been able to grow and learn a lot over the past few years, especially being surrounded by so many amazing, supportive people in the finance space on social and in podcasts and stuff like that as well.
I'm Tash. I didn't run a half marathon, unfortunately, not as exciting. I talk about life on TashInvests, which is lots of fun. And thank you to everyone who complimented my climbing stories. That's been lots of fun. Very cool.
Hi, I'm Queenie. I'm a personal finance content creator and I do it full time with my boyfriend, Pablo. Pablo, get up. Say hi.
Pablo.
Say hi. Hello. So I guess the goal is to try and help people's money go further. So doing that any way that we can.
Awesome. Okay, I'm going to introduce myself and just talk a little bit about the FIRE movement because Owen wanted me to. So it'll just be 3 minutes, guys. I'll try to wrap up as quickly as possible. So my name is Matt, but I'm better known online in the FIRE community as Aussie Firebug. And thanks, guys. I'm so nervous.
This is the big reveal.
Yes, I'm usually anonymous, but there's certain events that come up. I have a face, yes.
And look at the hair. It's beautiful.
There's events that come up that you can't say no to. And the reason, I wasn't even going to say this, but the reason I was anonymous at the start was I didn't want my boss to find out that I was on the road to retire early because I thought I might miss out on some promotions. But I'm my own boss now, so that doesn't matter. Now, so I'm known online in the FIRE community, and that is not a bunch of arsonists going around lighting fires. It's an acronym. It stands for Financial Independence, Retire Early. But what does that actually mean? Well, it means something slightly different depending on who you speak to. And I think the mainstream media likes to portray the movement as a whole bunch of people trying to save as much money as humanly possible, eating rice, eating beans, living in tents. Also, we don't have to work ever again. And that's obviously not an accurate depiction. You might have heard about this very famous US early retirement blogger called Mr. Money Mustache. Very famous guy. And I like the way that he described the movement. I'm going to paraphrase here a little bit, I'll probably get it wrong. So he said, FIRE isn't so much a financial nuts and bolts movement as it is about a story about attitude and lifestyle design. Because it just so happens that your attitude affects your lifetime wealth a lot more than your knowledge of financial nuts and bolts. And the way that I interpret that has always been FIRE is a philosophy on how to live a great life. It just so happens that mastering your money plays a very important role in that endeavour. I started my blog and podcast in 2015 to document my wife and I's journey towards financial freedom after discovering the FIRE movement. And a little bit of background on my story is I finished uni at the end of 2011 and I started full-time work. And I was one of these lucky people. I actually quite liked my job and I liked the people that I worked with. It was the 40 hours of my life that I had to be at this job that never sat right with me. I refused to accept that life was meant to be 40 hours a week at this place that, if I'm being honest to myself, I didn't particularly want to be at. Yes, there was parts of the job that I liked, and yes, as I mentioned, I worked with some great people, but if I'm being honest, I was there for money. I needed money to live, I needed money to pay bills, to pursue my other interests on the weekend or the 4 weeks off a year. And at the time, I was in my early 20s and I was potentially staring down the barrel of another 40 years in the cubicle. And that seemed like madness to me. I couldn't believe that potentially was going to be my life, and I refused to accept that. And I went looking for alternatives. I wanted to escape the rat race. And that's when I come across the concept of financial freedom, and then later on the concept of FIRE. And that's my story, guys. Thank you for listening. So, on that same vein, I'm going to pick again on UK for our first question. Some people, they discover the concept of financial freedom, and it's a bit of a revelation to them. I certainly know it was for me. I was always a good saver, massive tight ass. And I didn't have anything I was saving towards though. Yeah, maybe a car, maybe a house. And when I come across financial freedom, it was like, my mind exploded. I was like, here we go. This is something that I can really get behind, and it sort of gives me purpose for saving so much and investing and generating that passive income. So my first question to you, Kate, is was there a moment, or when was the moment that you first discovered that financial freedom was actually a thing people were doing?
I think I came across it just during my Google deep dive, which I know a lot of people in the FIRE community, that's how they discover Mr. Money Mustache and things like Strong Money Australia and Aussie Firebug. But once I realised that you could actually do something with your money, that wasn't just spending, but it was a way to put money aside and invest it so that in 10 years' time, in 20 years' time, you'd have a lot more choices. And that just came from a lot of reading, a lot of Googling. That really changed the game for me, because I was able to see that that money was able to buy me choices, it was able to buy me time, it was able to buy me freedom. And I think it's when you discover what you can use the money for. If a family member's sick, you can take time off to go to the hospital with them. You're able to sell some of your investments to buy your first home. You're able to go on a holiday with friends or support someone if they need some money. Like, once you see what money can do for you, I think that really changes the game, and it's not just investing for the sake of it. I know some people have messaged me when I've talked about financial independence and said, well, my goal's just to invest, and that's great. Like, you can just invest, but for me, having an endpoint that I want to have enough money, that I can support myself financially if I don't have an income, because maybe I'm sick, or maybe I have kids, or maybe I need to take care of someone else. Like, that was a big moment for me when I had a purpose to what I was saving and investing and doing with my finances.
Awesome. Jess, do you want to jump in there? When did you come across the concept of financial freedom?
I think it was when I very first started listening to She's on the Money. Before I started working here, I was actually a community member, which is really special. And I had a whole heap of debt, and I had a credit card, and it was this kind of thing that, in my mind, sometimes I really wanted my savings account to go up, so I'd put money in my savings and then put something on my credit card, which now I go, that makes literally no sense at all. That was so stupid. But I think when I realised that, you know, by not using that credit card, by having a little bit of independence, I could get to a point where if an emergency came up, I didn't have to put it on credit. I could just pay it in cash because I had the cash sitting there, and that was a lot more responsible than I think I was at that time. And I don't know that I was fully ready to comprehend that concept, but it changed my life, and it's something that I'm really excited to be on my journey to working towards now.
Awesome stuff. Tash?
Yeah, it was just from Googling as well. It's the coolest thing ever that you can reach financial independence and do whatever you want. I think I want to do a lot of different things, so finding out that you could be financially independent and kind of just try and do whatever you want was really, really exciting. Very awesome.
Yeah, same Googling. What I found really interesting was, so who here has like a phone in their pocket or something? Like, everyone has a phone. I didn't have it on me. Pablo has it right now. But I just think it's so interesting how many people will post on social media when they've bought a new phone, like a new iPhone. They're like, yeah, unboxing the new iPhone. But how many of us post on social media when we buy Apple stock or when we buy a new stock, you know? So I think finding that financial independence community and like people sharing their money wins and their money stories, I think was so interesting because it's just so different to what we usually see on social media and online. So, yeah.
And I'm going to stick with you, Queenie, for the next one. What does financial independence mean to you?
You know, I actually think that it means everything outside of money, because money's great, but like really when you look at it, like what is it? It's just like a couple of digits on a screen. It's like a, I don't know, like a piece of paper. Like what is it? It's like, it's everything that isn't money, isn't it? You know, it's like, it's being able to go on a holiday with your friends. It's being able to take time off work if you're sick. It's not having to take on extra work because you need the money. It's being able to say no to things when you need to. I mean, it's everything that isn't money. That's what it means to me. I mean, who here like wants to reach financial independence or financial freedom one day? And I think it will probably mean different things to everyone. Like maybe some people want to just go to Pilates once a week and just
That was my
watch
answer.
Netflix. Yeah, looking at you, Tash. Maybe some people want to travel the world or volunteer in orphanages, like it means so many different things to people, but yeah, it's more than money, for sure.
Yeah, awesome. About that options, isn't it? It's just a tool that creates freedom. We're going to use that freedom to ultimately create a fun, interesting and happy life. Tash, what is FI?
You had a really good answer to this. Do you want to share yours?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, do yours. Yours was great.
I think, did I just do mine?
No, we were talking before about...
Well, that's what it means to me. Yeah, well, thank you for putting me on the spot. But yeah, we'll tell you one thing it doesn't mean, and this is a pet peeve of mine in the fire community, or mainly the media, but it doesn't mean that you stop working. I think people come across the fire community and they say, retire early. Why would you want to retire early? Sip pina coladas on the beach for 40 years. That sounds boring. And I agree, that is boring. It's meaningful work. And this is why I said everyone's got a different interpretation of fire, and that's fine. Some people, there is a small percentage of the community that literally doesn't want to work ever again, but it's a very small percent. I'd say the bulk of people maybe just want to scale it back. 3 days a week, semi-retire, flamingo fire. And I think it's all about options, freedom, and having the options in your life to create a life ultimately that's going to make you happy, because that's really the end goal, and you should never really lose sight of that, is that you want to be happy, and that's my answer.
Yeah, awesome. I like to think about what your perfect day would look like if you had all the money in the world, and we were talking about Pilates or working part-time and kind of going with that rather than I want to quit and lay on the beach.
For sure.
So yeah, the freedom to do what
It's
my perfect day would
meaningful
be.
work.
Yeah.
And I think Mr. Money Moustache also said that work is better when you don't need the money. And I'm a really big believer in that as well. Jess?
I think the word freedom keeps coming up. It's like a recurring theme in everybody's answers. But I think beyond that, for me, it's the opportunity to make decisions based on your wants, not necessarily your needs. I think a lot of us have been in positions where we've had to make sacrifices or choices that maybe didn't fulfill us or make our cup full because it was what we could afford to do. And on, I guess, a more drastic level, there are people who stay in situations that maybe they shouldn't be required to, or situations that are unsafe because financially they don't have the opportunity to leave those. And I think for me, financial independence is about being able to live a life that is truly based on my values and truly based on what makes me happy. And maybe some days that means going to Pilates and some days that means volunteering. It doesn't mean that you have to do the same thing every day or the same thing every day for 40 years. But it means that if something is not making you happy, if your boss is shit, if someone's being really awful to you, you have the opportunity to go, I deserve better, and I want to walk away from that. And I think that's really powerful.
Yeah, it's a great word, powerful. If circumstances change, that you know, and it's just that mindset shift, I think, as well, that even if nothing changes, if you have a bit of passive income to supplement your income, and you don't even need to reach the full-fledged financial independence part, you can even just go a third of the way there, and you'll have so much more confidence. And it's amazing what it can do for your mind, that even in the exact same circumstances, you don't feel boxed in because you know that you've got passive income. It's a cool thing. Kate, anything to add?
I've been speaking a lot to anyone who will listen to me in my personal life recently about the idea of taking risks, and the fact that a lot of that ties into the way we invest and take that first step, and whether we're paralysed with fear when we choose a brokerage account or choose our first investment, or whether we're just willing to give it a go. And I think that comes down to how we approach taking risks in our life, in our career, with our relationships. And with our money, having some level of financial freedom, even if that's just paying off debt and having a small emergency fund, gives you the ability to say yes to things as well as no to things. So you might be in a position to try that side hustle, to start the business, to take a risk on a new job in a new industry, or to go back and do further education. And by having that solid base, I think it just really gives you a strong springboard to take more risks in your life.
Awesome stuff. We've got a few more questions here, but I really wanted to get some questions from the audience as well. So maybe we'll do one more question here while Owen rounds up some other questions. Okay, how about we do this one? I find these answers always interesting. Jess, I'm going to pick on you now. If you could go back and give some advice to your 18-year-old self, what would that be? And I was going to say in regards to money and investing, but it can be anything.
I feel like a lot of people are going to relate to this, and it's maybe just a little bit listen to your mum. In regards to finance, my parents always really tried to instill in me, put away 80% or 70% of your paycheck and, put a little bit aside for future you to spend on something you want, and then give yourself some money. They were trying to teach me budgeting effectively. And as a teenager, I was like, why would I do that when I have all of this money that I could just spend on things that I want? That makes absolutely no sense to me. And I look back and I go, there is so much money that I just spent on trash. I don't know where it is. I don't know what happened to it. It probably broke or fell apart, and it was just such a waste. And if I had instead known what to do with that, and at the time I didn't, because I didn't have the easy access to education that people do now. Podcasting, the many years ago when I was 18, wasn't really a thing. And so the level of financial literacy that you can now access also wasn't a thing. But I loved money. And if someone had said, if you put some of your money away, that money will make money and one day you'll be rich, I would have been like, sign me up. So I wish I could go back and tell myself what investing is and that I should be putting some of my money away to hopefully set myself up for the future.
Great. Tash?
I was thinking really hard about this answer, and I feel like I wouldn't really want to tell myself anything. I feel like everything worked out the way it should have, and like all my mistakes were things that I learned from, and if I'd changed that, life would have worked out the same way. Yeah, no words of wisdom, unfortunately.
That's a very, very good point. Actually, I think about that a bit because I was pretty hardcore in my 20s with saving. And I say on the podcast and to anyone else that will listen that if I could go back, it's funny, I probably would have just told myself to ease up a bit, because there's some things that you can never get back. And if it's one criticism, maybe the FIRE movement, that people fall into the trap of, and that's definitely what happened with me, is that you focus too much on the money and too much on investing, and you miss out on certain things that you can never get back. Like there was one trip with my mates in Europe that I never did, and I'll forever regret it, but regret's a strong word. But at the same time, that 70+% savings rate put me in the position I'm in now, and I love my life that I live, so it's hard to
it's a really hard
make
balance.
changes. Yeah. Queenie?
Ooh, I would agree with you. I think that the FIRE movement's great, and it's good to kind of like hustle and get started investing early, but I also think that it's important to have a balance and to also enjoy your life as well, because, we only live once, right? I know that's really cliche, but it is true, right? So it's not all about money.
Yeah, great. Okay.
Also, something I'm grateful for that I did at 18, that though it was a pretty tough experience, I'm glad I did it. So air traffic control training in the Air Force, I was absolutely terrible at, as my mum will attest to it back there. I'm still terrible at directions today, and after officer training school, 9 months of air traffic control training, and I failed, and I had to get back up again and do tests and exams the following week, and they kept pushing me along, and 9 months of failing in public because they posted your marks up on the pinboard every single week so everyone could see how you ranked, and multiple people always were watching you. So failing in public and learning from it, getting back up and doing it again the next day, even though you knew that it might not work out, that was a huge lesson for me, because when it came to investing, when it came to taking risks in my career, I knew that I could get back up again. If I fell, if I made a mistake, it was okay. I could try again. And that approach has really helped me with investing and everything else I've done in my life, because you can make mistakes, but you can get back up from them, because there are not that many mistakes that are completely irrecoverable from. You can come back from most mistakes. Sure, it might point you in a different direction. It might set you back a few years, but you can get up again.
Awesome. Owen, do we have any questions from the community?
Can we get yes, great. There were a few that have come through before I move to the room. The first question, I guess, was maintaining motivation in long-term investing. It can be challenging. So this is more of, a statement, but how do you maintain that motivation? And how do you keep a skeptical or less enthusiastic partner on the trail?
I feel like that's a two-part question.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll kick it over to the partner question to Queenie, because your lovely partner is here. Were you guys on the same page the whole time with finances? Is that something that come quite naturally? Because I get this question a fair bit, and I'm just blessed and lucky to have a partner that was naturally pretty frugal. Like, not on the hardcore level that I was, but it wasn't really an issue. And yeah, I'm interested to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, Pablo and I were definitely on the same page with finances. I think both of us, like, growing up in single parent families, and like we had similar kind of experiences, so we both valued money in a similar way. So I think the thing that really helps is like honestly, we're not perfect. Like, every couple of months, you know, we do a review and we're like, oh my gosh, like, we really need to like get back on track. And I feel like it's like that with everyone. I think we were mentioning it before, like, nobody really knows 100% what they're doing all the time. Like, yes, we're up on stage, but like, I'm sure that we've had moments when we're just like, oh my gosh, what are we doing? Yeah. So I think, yeah, no one has it figured out. I think just keep on reviewing your finances, like doing the best you can, learning, growing. Just know we're all on this journey together, you know? Yeah.
Absolutely.
What about you guys?
Is there someone that did have that hard conversation with a partner at some point in their journey that was related to money?
I had to.
Oh, Jess, okay.
My wonderful partner was in a very different place in his life to me when I met him. He had changed university courses 3 times. We were in our early 20s. I had been working full-time since I was 18. So I had set up my career. I had really clear goals and really clear ideas of where I was going. And for him, he was still very much living almost that university lifestyle where you kind of, you know, kick along and do what you got to do, but I think there's a certain level or a lack of responsibility that a lot of us felt at that age and at that period of our lives. And we had to have the conversation about how do we align where we're at and what we want to do, because I'm a very goal-oriented person. I'm a very type A, annoying person. And so I had to be like, I need you to give me a plan. I need you to give me clarity, because I mean, as much as we're 2 independent people living our lives, what we do independently really impacts each other as well. And so it was a hard conversation to have, because for him, he's just finished his university degree last week, which was really exciting. I know he's probably not watching this, but congrats, babe, if you are. Everyone's super proud of you. But, you know, for him, I feel like he's almost kind of just about to hit the point where I've been for the last 6 years, like earning a full-time wage and all of that. And so I'm really excited to recalibrate where we are, to be like, wow, like we're kind of both at that point now where hopefully we've got the full force of a salary behind us to achieve our goals, which is super exciting.
Awesome.
Yeah, I might add on the motivation piece. I think if you don't have anyone in your family or your friendship group that is working towards improving their finances, then you really need to find someone, whether it's in an online community like ours, Glen's, Victoria's, Equity Mates, or finding someone in real life. Maybe it's a colleague or someone you meet at a meetup group. Finding someone to go through this journey with, to remind you that it's actually normal and okay to save money and not spend everything. Sometimes you're not going to go out for as many lunches because you're paying off debt. And sometimes you're going to have to cut back because you have a specific goal. And just having friends and community that are on the same page, that you can have a burger night in the park. That's something I did recently, which was a lot of fun. Or a movie night at a friend's place that doesn't involve spending heaps of money, and just to have investing conversations and ask each other those questions that in your head you think are really dumb, but everybody else has exactly the same question when they start of, what on earth is an ETF? So just find people that you can have those conversations with, and that'll keep you motivated, since building financial independence and freedom is often a 10, 20, 30-year journey for people. So you need to have community along the way to keep you on track.
I'd like to add to that as well that there is at the start, it seems like such a big mountain to climb. They talk about the first $100,000 is the hardest. And then once you start, it depends on what asset class you're obviously investing in, but if you invest in shares and you start to get some dividends, when you get to the 100K, they start to come in and they're actually making like a bit of a difference. And then obviously the power of compound interest makes it easier as you keep going along. But interestingly enough, me and my wife, we're approaching the finish line for our financial independence journey, and I'm actually losing motivation as we approach the finish line, because I don't really care about money and investing as much as I did in my 20s, which might sound weird, but money to me was always or financial independence was always a means to an end. It's what it could do for my life that really mattered. So this next decade of my life, it's more about lifestyle design and, you know, focusing on the things that's going to make me happy and like what's my next challenge sort of thing. So I just had thought I'd add that. Another one, yep.
Okay, we've got time for one more question. I'll come around there. While I'm coming around there, we actually had a comment from Vince. It was more of a comment than anything else, if I can get that up. And basically the comment was, it's so wonderful to see so many women on the stage and being a role model for other women. So I think that's the point. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. I guess it relates to the comment that was just made. The gender pay gap is still at 14.1% as of May 2022 in Australia. I was wondering, you know, on your journey to financial independence and the fact that tonight we had 2 male panelists that were well into their late 60s, and this panel is composed of young women, which I'm, you know, very appreciative of. You're really showing the way to other young women. But how do you feel in terms of your investment journey, kind of coming across the fact that, you know, you're being given a voice tonight by this young man, thank you, but this idea that, you know, it still seems like it's a mostly man-related world, that you are being kind of given the chance through your partner, or being not as empowered maybe as you might feel. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that. Like, honestly, how do you feel about the fact that your investment journey is kind of being shown on this stage as part of like this, like, oh, young women are being empowered? Like, do you actually feel really empowered in your finances?
Yes,
Fantastic.
I do.
Amazing, amazing.
I mean, I've invested on my own, and I've not done it with a partner. I took on the journey myself. I took on a career in finance by myself. I was inspired heavily through a mother and a grandmother who both managed the household finances and the household investments, which is pretty rare. Usually it's split between the genders, but I've seen many women in my community taking on the role of investing and learning about this. And I think you just have to, I mean, take it from an individual approach. I haven't looked at too many of the systemic issues, but I just focus on telling women and men that listen to the podcast that you can take the first step and you can be an investor despite anything that someone has told you beforehand, despite anyone in your family telling you that you're not smart enough, you're not qualified enough to invest. Anybody can invest from 1 cent even on some platforms, from $5, from $500 on many platforms. The resources are there on the internet for everybody, and I think everyone has the opportunity now to take control. I think you've done some research though on some of the gender issues though.
Well, we did an episode really recently on this, on She's on the Money. I think the thing that we have seen is, you know, statistically we know that women are on the back foot, and, you know, that is something that we're seeing hopefully starting to shift, and I think with more and more representation it will continue to do so. But we also know that statistically women of colour are even further behind, and there's not as much data as we would like to see on that, because there's not research that accounts for that gap yet, or at least not significantly enough. And so I think that the really powerful thing, to answer your question, I feel so empowered and I feel so supported because I'm surrounded by powerful women, and I'm surrounded by supportive women who are really amazing and who are so encouraging. And so that has really helped me on my journey, because I've definitely been in rooms and been in spaces where it's pretty much all men, and as much as a good portion of those men may be allies, it's hard to be the minority in a room. And I say that from a place of privilege. And so there are people who that is a lot harder for, and there are a lot more barriers for them. And I think we need to see more representation. We need to see more diversity so that more people can come into this space and can feel educated and empowered as well. But I'm very excited to be a part of that and to hopefully be making a small change into the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that I think that the world, it's definitely changing, and it is moving in a positive direction. You know, like the other week I was at a crypto event, And what would you think when you think crypto event, right? Like, what would you think? I thought it was just going to be a room full of guys. I would be the only girl, but it wasn't. You know, and I can really see the tides are changing, and a lot of the speakers in the crypto event were female, and I think that it's lovely that I think that now more than ever we are seeing more panels that have more diversity in them, and I think it's so important for people that are growing up. They can look up to people in the media or in like publications, and they can relate to those people. So yeah, I'm excited for the future, for sure.
Moving forward, is Pearler 50-50 like males and females? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is, which is really exciting. Like moving forward as a platform, it's really cool. But like saying that there are definitely challenges being a female in this space, and it's not all really positive and exciting. But yeah, it's definitely moving in a better direction for sure.
I think we're out of time, guys. Last thing I'll say is thank you, Owen, for this shirt, mate, the party shirt. Much appreciated. All right, now I'll hand it back over to Owen. Thanks a lot, guys.
Well, that was great. Totally different conversations throughout the whole night, but we all kind of have a similar philosophy. We're all heading in the same way. This last panel I'm going to encourage hard questions for this one. You gave us hard questions with Drew, but these guys can handle it. The host of this next segment is Evan Lucas. He takes takes pride in his shirts. So feel free to give him a compliment afterwards. So Evan, please come up onto the stage, and maybe I'll get you to introduce some of our speakers. But okay, sure. There is one thing that I will add before I hand the mic over to Evan, and this is I would like the panel to pick what they think was their favourite question, and it's a very strategic reason. And before you leave the stage, I'd love to know who asked that question.
Right. Okay. So I am going to invite up the guest first. So let's get Luke, let's get Glenn up on stage. I also want to get Matt back on stage because I think there is a whole range of things that he has got and a perspective that is also very different to it. So just a bit of background while the guys come up about me. My background is behaviour. So I grew up on economics. I grew up on analytics. I spent many years sitting on trading floors, many years writing economic papers and whatever else, and it's really boring. Because in the end, what economics, in my view, is just basically working out what this room does as a crowd, right? You are a bunch of behaviour, and particularly in a room like this, and those of you watching online as well, is because you have a very similar-ish thinking to some extent. And so behaviour for me is what I now love to specialise in. I love behavioural finance. So that's why this group is going to be, in my view, fascinating, because the biggest takeout I've had from everybody tonight, the question that I love to ask anybody that comes to me to talk about money is the question, what is money to you? What is money to you really? Because that unique question, there are 250 people in this room, there are over 20,000 people watching this online. Every single answer will be different. So, gentlemen.
Why am I so nervous?
Well, you've jumped on that. What is money to you?
I think it's just choice. Like at the end of the day, for me, I only earn money, I only go to work every day. Yeah, I kind of like it, but it's what pays me the most. So, I go to work to make choices and do what I want to do with my free time, and yeah, one day just chill.
Glenn?
Yeah, for me, I'm a recovering spender, so money for me is a lot of fun, but as I'm getting older and more responsible, it's now a tool that will fund my life and my lifestyle, and it's a tool to help other people. I'm quite vocal on charitable giving with all our stuff that we do, so yeah, it's not that good if you hold it. You've got to get it moving out there. Stuff that stays still grows mould.
Yeah, beautiful way of putting it.
Sorry, whatever.
Now, Matt, I already know what you were going to say because you've talked about it. So I'm going to change.
Stole my word.
You have stole your word a little bit. I'm going to change that question for you slightly. Is what is financial freedom to you?
Choice. And I think I spoke a little bit about it in the previous session, but financial freedom, I mean, you've got to use financial freedom to create a good life. And to me, that's what the RE component in FIRE really is. Like, I personally know of people that have reached financial independence, but they didn't use it to live a better life. They got stuck in one more year syndrome. They continued in their job. I know a tragic story of someone that passed away like 6 weeks before his retirement party, and he probably had enough money to fund 3 retirements. So it's like, what is the point? What is the point of reaching financial independence if you don't actually use it to live a better life, help other people, to Glen's point, and actually, yeah, use that tool? It's a tool. It can create freedom or it can enslave you.
Yeah, fair call. So, Luke, I'm going to come to you next in terms of... Don't worry, mate, I won't bite, I promise. One of the things that you deal with your clients and with working in the industry that you work in is you're dealing in a scenario where risk is prevalent every day for what you do. Also, the concept of time. So you're a planner, you're a financial advisor. How do you deal with actually laying out to somebody new, somebody intermediate and somebody advanced about dealing with the risk of markets, but the time of markets too?
Yeah, I think it's a tricky question because you're always balancing ambition, for lack of a better word, with circumstances. You can catch someone who's your age and earning a shitload of dough and doing really successful things, but they've got a natural appetite for no risk. And it's like, well, that's kind of silly. You know, you're not really setting yourself up for the best possible chance of living the life you want to live as soon as possible. By the same token, you can catch someone at 70 who's had a business, they've been taking heaps of risk for their whole life, gearing themselves to the hilt, making it, you know, scratching from pillar to pillar, and they're bored by taking advice from Drew. You know, so it's a, you know, it's a balance, and everything is kind of bespoke, everything is kind of personal. I suppose from our business perspective, you know, we're the offense team. You know, we try and win by making money, and that's kind of our go. So, you know, we tend to attract people who are more of that 70-year-old who wants to keep going, rather than the 30-year-old who doesn't want to lose the money they've got. So I think it's just really a case-by-case situation, and yeah, we just try our best to kind of encourage people normally to stray to the middle a little bit.
Glen, obviously you specialise a lot in talking about super and dealing with super for younger people. My question for you, with the community that you deal with super, is A, how do they grasp about getting to it? I mean, if you look in this country, the average female lives to the age of 89, and the majority of the women in here I can see are probably under 40. So you've got your entire life plus 9 years. The average male in here is also under 40, and they live to 84. How do you get them to grasp what super is in terms of time? Not only that, how do you also get them to grasp that once they get there, they need to use it? Because the other thing that we've talked about a lot tonight is consistently, basically building, and obviously we just heard Matt talk about that point. Super isn't that. Super's there to support you in the future. So how do you deal with all that?
Yeah, well, I'm glad you mentioned super, because who's the gentleman who had the self-managed super question? Yeah. Oh, you'd got a copy of my book. There's like 5 or 6 pages about self-managed super, because I remember that because when I finished the book, I forgot to add that, so I had to send it in later. And if you haven't, I'm just saying this so I can tell everyone, there's so many books. If you've already got one and I don't want to take any home, so if you want to give some for Christmas presents, please
I'm going to chime in there and say the same. Please take my book.
Yeah, please.
Like, I do not want to carry back 130 books. Just take it.
Just on that, take my book, give it away for Christmas. Okay, super. I'm a simple guy. I'm a bogan from the central coast of New South Wales. What I've done in my life, I've got a simple mantra, if you will. The Glen of today has to do the Glen of tomorrow a favour. So that's what we've got to do first. We've got to make sure when we look back and give what advice would we give to our younger self? Right now tonight, you are living as your younger self. Right now tonight. So what we need to do is understand that we need to do you of tomorrow a favour today. Now, when it comes to money, we need to understand that without a doubt, and this is a good thing with super, like maybe when I was a financial advisor 10 years ago, a lot of people didn't think that super was their money. A lot of the work that is happening with what we're doing, it is your money. It is on trust for you. So what do we do with super? Well, we need to know that you are going to get older, and the best way to grow your wealth long term is superannuation, provided that you do not need it before age 60. So the question is, one eye on today, one eye on tomorrow. How much? Like that's, I don't know. It's a bit I thought it was going to be some like meaty questions, not philosophical, but
we'll get to those because I'm about to go to the to go to the crowd, and I'm sure they're going to give you better questions than I am. So.
One of the biggest questions we get asked is, should I put money into super? And I think you would only put extra money into super if you've got your financial goals met, you've got your foundations of your life sorted out. You're not too worried about retiring at age 50, quote unquote. So I don't know, it's probably, sorry I've given you a dumb answer, but it's just really...
No, that is good. That's
exactly if in doubt, just do a little bit. Like if you got $500 a month left and you don't know what to do with it, well maybe put 200 in super.
Yeah. So I'm going to come to you, Matt, because also why I'm doing this, if you've got questions, start putting your hands up now. I'm going to get the guys to come around. So Matt, why that's happening, you just sort of said before that you're moving into the next decade of your life. And that time is something that you're now realising that obviously you're sort of close to a goal that you've been striving for most of your life, and you're about to reach it and go past it. You've also said about RE that, you know, it's not really retirement early, and the thing I've actually seen is something called FIFA, which is financial independence, freedom, autonomy. Is that the next step for where you're at in terms of what you're now going to achieve with time and where your money is at? The freedom, autonomy, is that?
Yeah, sort of. Work autonomy as well. I mean, there's so many different people have a different acronym, and I really think that there's 99% crossover. I mean, one of the most famous financial content creators in Australia, the Barefoot Investor, he has tread your own path. I often talk about like marching to the beat of my own drum. Glenn, I think you have life on your own terms.
Yeah.
That's what, got it. I think we all mean roughly the same thing. It's just called...
Mine is you are you, I am me.
Yeah.
Same principle.
Yeah, same principle. It's... We're
all dead over here. Yeah.
We just call retire early. I mean, is it the right word? Probably not. Is it the acronym that's stuck and is now infamous, you know, amongst the personal finance community? Yes. So it's just a lot of people just argue over the semantics, really. But to answer your question directly, like what am I looking at? Yeah, I'm not concentrating so much on the wealth building side of things now. I actually have a goal which is ironic. Anyone that knows my story, I had 2 years in London, and I loved the work culture, which is ironic because this is the whole FIRE movement, right? And I was in a tech startup over there, and I loved it. And I came back with my wife, we got married last year, and I worked in my country town in Laretive Valley, and the energy wasn't there. It was different. I mean, the people were great, and you know, I worked at my local council. It was okay, but I missed that work environment and the hustle and bustle. And I got this party shirt at Owen's co-working space this morning, and I was so jealous. I went there, and it was just a whole...
It's a stimulation, isn't it?
It is. It's a collection of different people, different companies, that cross-pollination that's happening. And I thought, I didn't think of it today. I've been thinking about it in the last couple of years since I got back to Australia, that my next goal, I really want to create a startup and foster that culture. And I'd love to do like a co-working space or something in my hometown.
So cognizant of time, because yeah, we were sort of running out of it. So guys, surely you've got some questions for these three. So right down the back there, guys.
Can I just do one right up the front really quickly?
No.
Just really quickly. I'll try and get 30-second answers.
I was going to ask, in terms of like societal pressures, be it like peer pressure or overconsumption, what would you say stands most in the way of you achieving your goals, and how do you overcome that?
Who wants to go with that one?
Car loans. Buying too much car. Well, a lot of people whinge about not being able to buy their first home. Most people I know under 30 who bought their first home didn't have a car loan. They drove a piece of crap for a while and sacrificed. Who would have thought, right?
Yeah.
Matt?
I'll probably just say that, I was notorious for the biggest tight ass of my group, and it's really, I just didn't care what people thought, especially once I found fire as well. I had a clear goal, and that was a little bit hard to get through, mainly if your friendship group have expensive hobbies and interests. That's a tough one. I didn't really have to deal with that too much, but I could see how that'd be really hard and alienating.
Luke?
I think I'm probably the opposite of the FIRE movement. I just focus on the revenue line, so like earning as much dough as I possibly could, and working really hard. And I really like work, and I really like doing what I do, and really enjoy it, and sort of have chased that my whole kind of life. So yeah, I think you can do it a couple of ways. You can do it the sort of saving and scrimping and fiery type kind of way, or you can do it my way and just invest heaps and earn heaps of money and try your hardest. And well, invest in human capital. Like
You've got to save that money to invest though, right?
You do. You can't. I don't know. Like I've never really saved money. Like I can honestly, I've never.
How do you invest?
Just earn enough.
You have to save. You can't invest without saving.
I'm going to jump in and go, I'm going to do a little bit different to how you did it. So for me, being around relationships that can actually be influential. So again, getting back to what I do, one of the most famous studies that has ever come out was from the Federal Reserve of Philadelphia that actually found the most likely people to go bankrupt are the neighbours of the lotto winners, right? So they proved that the keeping up with the Joneses effect, the psychological dopamine, physiological dopamine hit that comes with spending is absolutely flawless in getting your behaviour done. So for me, it's about building habit. So I'm a little bit like Luke. It's not about making a huge amount of money. For me, it was the enjoyment, right? So I got into this habit of actually enjoying investing, my wife, bringing her along with that journey. So that was more my thing. But getting back to the root of your question, it's a real thing. Like it is an absolutely psychological behavioural finance 101 that spending is something, the reason it's so important to people is it's a control. Spending is something that you have control over. So part of my argument at the moment, the reason that you've seen over a 20% jump in 2020 in spending during COVID is that you had no control. And so what you could control was spending. And that was what was fascinating. And it's still at 12% above pre-COVID levels, despite the fact that we've now had 8 rate rises in interest rates. So it's about habit. And if you can get into a habit of using money productively, you can get away from the spending habit. And my argument is that I call it spend vesting, which is that can you get into the habit and the dopamine hit of investing like you spend, because that will give you the habit you need. Next questions.
Great. Okay. We'll try and fly through because we need a good sample size for you guys to select the best questioner. So here's one.
My question actually segues perfectly from that. We've been talking about balance the whole night. And I think it's easier for someone coming into investing. It's really good to dive into the blogs and the books and everything in the first couple of years. But then after 5, 6, 7, I think the Mr. Money Mustache term is the boring middle. How do you guys then balance that spending? What do you do when you find yourself falling back into those old spending habits or those bigger spendings, the kind of super hardcore saving versus the YOLO mentality?
Question for you two, because you guys are perfectly opposite. So let's start with Luke.
No, go.
Go on.
I'm the worst person to answer this question.
You just get back up. Like everyone makes, I'm not going to even call it a mistake, but everyone slips in their goals. If you're trying to reach a health and fitness goal or something and you might eat a piece of cake in the fridge, it's sometimes easy to just throw it all in the bin and say, that's it, all right, I'm off track, let's just give up. But you just got to get back up and keep doing it. And really ask yourself, there's this concept of the why of FI. Why do you want to reach financial independence? There must be a why. If there's not a why, you're never going to stick to it. So just go back to your why of FI.
I'm going to call you on that. This is an Owen thing, is that Owen doesn't have a goal, right, with regards to what he's doing.
Yeah.
Right, so my question for you is that if you don't
buy that for a second.
Yeah, so this is my segue to you, Luke, is that you clearly got goals about how you want to do with what you do, but is that what drives you, or is it more about enjoying what you have right now? Getting back to the gentleman's question.
I think like gentleman's question first, because in the interest of time, you know, understand where your macro kind of goals are, and then just like 80-20. Like I just think that's the best rule for fitness. It's the best rule for everything. So, you know, don't beat yourself up about the 20% that you stuff up. If you're trying to if you're generally going in the right direction, you'll have a bit of course divergence. It happens in retirement, it happens in business plans, it happens in writing a book. You get this, you know, drift away from like the perfect plan. Like shit happens, like get over it, like be a big boy, put your big boy pants on and get back on course. You know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, you know what you want, so just get on with it. I think in respect to, I suppose, the way I look at money and the way I've sort of gone about it is, yeah, just focusing on being my human capital, what I can do with that, and then just trying to create some excess and invest it.
I'm going to go to the next questions because we are running out of time.
Here we are, Blair.
Hey guys, can you share any important lessons you've learned over this journey? Like just a golden nugget, eureka moment, you know, Archimedes in the...
Glenn, that has to be you. So if you didn't hear the question was, have you got any golden nuggets, some aha moments, eureka thing that actually got you to really focus to where you are?
Yeah, so for me it was systems and processes and my personal finance 101, money in, money out, spending plan, all that stuff, and then changing my mindset, because I'm crap at saving money, but I'm really good at investing money, so I had to really change my mindset. And then in terms of investing now, whether I buy a property or put it into a portfolio, I don't heaps care about the return, because once that money's allocated to the future Glenn, it stays there. So all I'm doing with my investing is parking money after I've lived and gived for the Glen of tomorrow, and I know over the long term it will do better than cash in the bank and inflation.
Any more questions? In the middle at the back there, Owen?
We'll get two more.
Yeah, okay. We've probably got enough time for both of those if we drew rapid questions for it. Go for it.
Right, well, this is a rapid one. Just real quick, across the four of you, just if you're going to go back to when you were 18 years old, what would be the one thing, maybe your biggest mistake, you'd go back and change if you could?
Gear up, go harder.
I was going to say something similar, not invest in Tesla and Bitcoin. I'd go back and
do it.
And yeah, of course.
Yeah, I probably would have got on top of my mental health and realised I had a problem, because, you know, you don't know what you don't know. You think, oh, does everyone act this way? No, they don't.
Well, I've yet to realise I've got a problem, so...
Yeah. No, but yeah, if you got any issues, go and speak to your GP, please.
Yeah. For me, the very quick one is being better at due diligence. That was my massive learning curve when I first started. What I'm doing was being influenced by people I shouldn't have been influenced by, and understanding that what is right for them is not necessarily right for you, and therefore that was the thing that I learned very quickly young on, was not doing the right due diligence.
Like it.
Ooh.
Hey guys, my question's about behaviour. How do you manage your emotions in terms of when markets might be in despair or in euphoria? How do you go about managing that over the long term without staying the course?
That sounds like a question for me, doesn't it?
That is a question for you.
So that is a very interesting open question. And again, I haven't actually spoken to you directly, but the research is very interesting on this. So the first part to understand is what we call hyperbolic discounting. And that is that human beings think the reverse to how we invest. And what I mean by that is that we expect in the short term ridiculous levels of return, but in the long term, what is quite normal. So studies have found that if you actually ask somebody how much they should get per annum in the first couple of years or even in the first year, a lot of people will tell you 15 to 20%. All right? And the hyperbolic discounting shows that as you ask the same question, what do you expect over 20 years? They'll tell you between 7 and 9. So that is about orientating this psychologically to understand that if you're investing for the long term and you can answer that question like that, that is the first part of the question and the first part of the answer. The next part of managing your emotions is understanding that you need to embrace the ugly scary that is investing. Glen just had a perfect way of looking at it. It's the same way I think about it, is that once it's allocated, it's there, right? If you're going in to invest, as the three of us will tell you, and every other person that's come up here, we will all have said the same rough thing, is that it's about time and thinking about time in a positive way. Things that we hate doing as human beings, delayed returns, making a choice today that you hope will come right in the future. That's basically what we're doing. That's what you do every day when you get into investing. Have I made the right choice to invest into an ETF, BHP, CBA, Tesla, Bitcoin? It doesn't matter. But once you've made that decision, it's about what Glen said, and I completely agree with that, is that the allocation's been made for a reason. You've made that reason. And if you can make that automated, if you can make that from that position, away you go. Because the final thing I'll say is that, unfortunately, human beings aren't economically rational, because economic rationality is absolute BS. It doesn't work. Nobody's economically rational, which is full amount of information, complete, full understanding of proper allocation, leveraging, etc. We're not that. But the opposite isn't irrational, it's reasonable. Human beings are beautifully reasonable things because you can justify positions. You can justify what you're doing. And so that also is part of this, is that if you can be a reasonable allocator, a reasonable understander, then you can get this in the right direction to deal with the volatility that you're going to experience. It's not easy, and I'm certainly not saying that's necessarily the right answer, but if you can be reasonable with your thought process, it'll help you.
Can I throw a question out to the panel? So with a raise of hands, let's include everyone. Who just does monthly investing every month? Just boring old, yeah. Does anyone like time the market and try and, no? So a few do. Probably a question, like, I just invest monthly, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm always cash heavy for the opportunities. So like, is this being recorded?
Yes.
All right, I'll chill out a bit.
You're going to regret this.
Why?
Well, it's just sometimes things can get taken out of context if it's grabbed, but whatever. So like, I believe in set and forget long-term investing, but being cash heavy for opportunities. If someone approaches like, oh, hey, got this IPO, do you want to go in? Or if the market shats itself and you can throw some money in, just for that dopamine to keep you interested and in the game?
Yeah.
I don't know, do you guys have opportunity funds?
No. There is no hold. Like, holding's the most bullshit concept in the history of the world. So there's buying and selling. So you either wake up in the morning and you've got your portfolio of stocks that you own, and your alternative is you cash them in like ex-brokerage or whatever. Like, it's essentially you've got cash. So you decide to reinvest in that portfolio every morning at 10 o'clock in the morning. So if it's not buying and you don't want to buy it at today's prices and reinvest because you think it's going to outperform the market today and tomorrow and the next day or whatever your investment time horizon is, if you don't, sell it. It's that simple. Like, there's no hold. So I think
most people can't do what you do.
They can.
No, but they don't.
No, they can't. Yeah.
They think they can, and they end up with no money.
Yeah, to answer the question, Glen, yeah, we just DCA every month when we can. We don't really hold a big cash.
And for those out there, DCA, dollar cost averaging.
Dollar cost averaging. We have held a lot more cash recently, but there's different reasons. Like, I've dropped down to 3 days a week for work, and there's just not as much cash coming in, so it's just sleep at night factor goes.
Style buffer.
We hold a high buffer. That's it. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you because we have run out of time. I'm going to quickly finish up on that point, because what's beautiful about the three of you is that everyone is different. So what Glen's position is, what Luke's, what's Matt's, and what's mine works for us. Doesn't necessarily work for you guys. So just remember that question as well, is that everybody has a different view and everybody deals with it in a different way. And from that, I'm going to stop and hand it back to the man of the hour and Owen.
Okay, actually, you can take that. I've got my headpiece. So, gentlemen, there was a lot of great questions in that segment. Can you raise your hand if you asked a question in that segment, please? Just really quickly, and just keep it up for me. So, right up, nice and high. Trust me, it'll be good. Who asked the best question, Evan? Right here.
Yeah, I like Lucy in the
I
front.
forgot half of them. I'm sorry, but I'm going to say I remembered yours.
Yep.
I like Lucy in the front.
I'm going the old mate at the furthest at the back because he's got the cheap seats.
Yeah, okay. So, well,
Buy the cheap seats a beer instead.
So it's 3-1.
But Lucy, basically.
Yep. So, well done. As part of Seneca's sponsorship of this event, we're giving away $1,000. So that is yours. So this is for the lead. And so if you haven't heard about Seneca Financial Solutions, you can head up and ask Luke about it after he steps off the panel. To help with your investing, you can talk to him. He's a qualified financial advisor. So, yeah, he's in it right now. So, the other one is Wendy Richards. If you are watching still, congratulations. You have also won $1,000 for your questions earlier tonight. So if you can please send us an email, Wendy. You know the email address because I just put it in the live chat. Please send us an email. And there are 4 other prizes to give away, a bit smaller, but they're $250 each. And these are, as promised, for the best dressed on the night. Now, I do have my list. This was voted by Monique, who is our fashionista. Julian, can you please come up and collect your prize? Now, I'm actually going to manipulate the rules a bit and give you 2 of these $250 raise, I guess, funded accounts. Because you emailed the other day and said you flew down from Brisbane. Yeah. Brisbane. And every year you add... Every week yeah. He adds the ages of his kids in dollar value to the portfolio. So how old are they?
12 and 9.
So 12 and 9. So $12 and $9 goes in every week.
Yes.
For their long-term investing to get when they're 18 or 20.
When they're 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, whenever they need it, I suppose.
Fantastic, mate. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And fantastic shirt. So thank you. And then, Jean, you were selected. I think you were over here, Jean. Would you like to come up and claim your prize, a raised $250 self-funded account? There's instructions on the paper, by the way. Congratulations, Jean. Look at that. We love the colour. We love the colour. Thank you. And finally, we could not go past this person. Gary. Gary, you've got the bucket hat. You must get an award for that. So congratulations. Here you go. You bloody ripper. Yeah, cheers, mate. Legend. Thanks, mate. Cheers. All right, gentlemen, thank you for taking part in this final panel. I'll invite Kate up for the closing ceremony, and thank you so much. Thanks, mate. Thanks, mate. You may... Yeah, sure. So, it wasn't easy putting this event together, so thank you so much to Kate, to Monique, to everyone in the office that helped us, to Matt for helping us get these books over here today, for everyone that helped put on today, our sponsors, GlobalX, Seneca, Wattle Partners, Raise, and Self-Wealth. It's only through basically our partners that we're able to reach so many people. There are still so many books at the back of the room. If you've already read one of these books, please do not let them go to waste. Grab one of them and give them to someone.
Find Glen and he'll sign it.
Find Glen. Or Victoria will sign Glen's book potentially. There we go. Yeah. And there are a few others up the back there. Please, hand them on, even if you've read them. But, on behalf of Kate and I, we really appreciate you taking the time out here in Melbourne. If you're live streaming, thank you so much from wherever you are. If you're on the farm, it means the world to us to just be up here and meet you all. We're going to be here for about another hour, and then we'll head downstairs to the bar for any late bloomers that want to go down there.
And I'll just interrupt here, and I want to just give Owen a big thank you on behalf of Monique and I and everyone here. The man thought he could single-handedly plan an event in less than about 6 weeks after he was inspired from FinFest, and really wanted to put something together for everyone to have a bit of a Christmas party and connect in Melbourne. So, Owen, thank you for everything you do on the podcast and for putting the event together.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We hope you have a wonderful evening. Stay around. Let's talk finance and investing. Thank you for coming. Well done.